Does anyone have any more last-minute stories?
I got like 4 crows at one time in my yard on Friday.
I was gonna do a bit. I didn't think you actually had a story.
That's it. No, that's the whole story.
Wait, that's
there
the
was
whole
like 4 of
story?
them.
Not like they were like fighting for your affection with like increasingly comically detailed presents?
No, I haven't gotten any presents. It sucks.
You need to train your crows better.
No, I'm not training them. I'm just giving them peanuts. Sometimes.
Crows eat peanuts? I mean, I guess they, like, physically, I'm sure they can.
Yeah. Their favorite thing is violently stabbing stuff with their beaks. Of course they love peanuts.
Yeah, and these nuts.
I don't think that would be enjoyable for the crows or you.
I didn't say they were mine.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Do you hear that? It's the sound of Streak's PTSD manifesting at the beginning of the recording.
I hear burning. Break out the marshmallow.
Yeah, see, I had a bit. It's also the sound of me doing a bit because I had 10 minutes to kill before the session and didn't know what to do. It's a lot funnier when you watch it back, I promise. I'm just imagining String with like the PTSD dog now. That's it. That's all I got. Oh.
Don't you mean the PTS dog?
The post-traumatic stress dog?
Wait, it's PTSD dog, so that's PTSDD. Wouldn't it just be PTSD with the D for dog?
No, because then it's a dog that handles post-traumatic stress, not a dog with PTSD. Those are actually the exact opposite. That extra D is incredibly important to determining the mental state of that dog. And as the fire fades into the background and the recesses of Strieg's mind, it is a day. It has been a week. This group, the Accord, Fortune's Accord, have had since arriving in Fortuny Sol. The Soldiers of the Blue, an entire new military, a force of private soldiers, intent on trying to alter everything, the entire balance of power within Vreeland. Old friends, allies, and enemies appearing around seemingly every corner, from Vera's entire extended family, seemingly, to Strieg's entire extended family, seemingly. It seems like Fortuny Sol has been nothing but bad memories and danger. Staying at the Garantine household has lent you a level of safety and comfort that you didn't feel you might have had otherwise, but even that safety and comfort came into question when an attempt on your lives, specifically Frey's life, left paranoia and looking over your shoulder as the main pastimes for the entirety of the party. What you found out later is apparently Strieg's replacement in Deal was, well, not very happy with what had happened in Strieg's return, and after a very intense confrontation, disappeared seemingly with his own plan. The rest of you, desperate to find out what to do next, where to go, who to ally with, who you can trust. Do you wait for reinforcements, if you could call Cassie and Molly that, to arrive, or do you head off for another day, hoping to find them elsewhere in the world? What could have happened to them? Who knows? But as you put a new plan into action to hopefully get Strieg away from these dangers by framing Mr. Kristof, his handler, within Deal, you all went into the offices and pilfered the employee files, the records, the president's office, Kristof's office. Honestly, you kind of pilfered everything except the vice president's office. It's kind of insane. spending hours there before leaving, making Kristof seemingly framed for things that he actually did, but now with evidence. But it was not to be, as began wrapping up, knowing that there was dangers on the way. People would eventually see you. And Strieg, watching Kristof, using the earring, being a lookout to make sure that there were no doppelganger shenanigans, saw some doppelganger shenanigans, as Strieg's own doppelganger and replacement, could not even remember his own name, arrived at the Kristof residence and, using some sort of arcade explosion, destroyed everything. Massive blue flame engulfed the entirety of the building, taking Kristof with it and burning not Strieg alive. The last sounds, his gleeful laughter fading into the night as he melted into nothingness on the porch. Strieg sprung into action and saved the prisoner in the basement, but not before risking life and limb himself, while it was an attempt on Kristof's life as he burned that blue flame deep and painfully, running into the Hollow Gift River behind his house. Rowan, you and Garett attempted to end things, but it was not to be, as this arcane fire seemed to be keeping him alive in a state of perpetual pain, torture, and torment. No matter what happened, not water and not death would take him from this misery. As you guys headed back to figure out, well, what the fuck do we do now? You decided perhaps cooler heads would prevail in the morning, and after a brief discussion of what the hell happened, went to bed. In the night, it was Strieg's stalwart ally who arrived, and Lorenzo's words rang true. We need to get that fucking artifact. It was stolen, it's worth a shit ton, and we can retire. Strieg agreed. Retrieving a small oil lamp. It seems to be cracked, and, well, come morning you found out not only was it a valuable artifact of the Soldiers of the Blue, it was very powerfully magical. As you all met up for breakfast, a late morning at the Garentine residence. Tensions, ideas, fusion, all piling high. I ask unto you all. Rowan, Strieg, Frey, Garett, and Mira. It seems every time you turn around, something new rears its ugly head, and this time, it is just how arcane and seemingly powerful this mundane lamp is. But with this revelation, what are you guys doing?
So I think a couple extra things is, I think last time we also discovered that there's something inside the lantern that wants out.
Mm-hmm.
And we had also talked about possibly taking a ship away from Fortuna Sol sometime in the next few days. And maybe tossing the lantern overboard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember if we did Strieg's friend end up coming back over to the house after this all went down. I don't remember that part.
Yeah, Lorenzo's here.
Okay, Lorenzo's here. Okay, because I was say we've
So is Doppelstreak too, who is unconscious in the living room on a couch.
DJ, is that what we're calling him now?
I mean, in my notes, I have him as
That's what I'm
DJ,
gonna call him
yeah.
also. I don't want to have to say Doppelstreak Jr. every time.
And we submitted an actual police report. We're currently being guarded by
Soldiers of the Blue.
Soldiers of the Blue.
Yeah.
Oh,
who are looking for someone that matches Strieg's description, who made off with something very valuable.
So we're gonna have to. And if we leave, we gotta disguise Streak and Doppelstreak Jr.
I believe that I also may have something to mention.
Mm-hmm.
As was related to me in my notes, there is something that Robert did not have me, or at least him being me, say about the
No, Alex, I wasn't
thingy.
being you. I was being Mira.
What? Shut up. You know what I'm talking about.
I know.
Everybody knows what I'm talking about. So, I may have something to say.
Okay. What do you have to say? Seeing as how you told us a bit
Go
about.
for it.
I'm sorry.
I may have something to say, Alex.
No, I'll listen. I'll just shut up and not say it now. It's fine. No,
No,
I'm
say
kidding.
it.
I'm
Say
kidding.
it.
I'm
You can't-
kidding.
you
I'm
can't.
kidding. So Mira has seemed very nervous about this artifact ever since she looked at it, and just say, whatever is in there wants to make some kind of deal.
Oh my god.
We're not making any more deals.
Do you think Kristof
Today.
is in there?
Yes, it's Kristof.
I'm being serious. I'm being dead serious. Do you think Kristof is in there? Because if Kristof was in there, that's what he'd want to do.
Frey looks a little puzzled by this theory. Why would you think Kristof is in there?
Because he was the target of the last time it was used. So I'm wondering if there's some kind of arcane seal inside of it or something that captures whoever it was used on. Because clearly what happened to him was different than what happened to Doppelstreak, because Doppelstreak like burned and then died, but Kristof just kept burning or whatever, and hypothetically none of us have seen his corpse, so I don't know.
He might not be dead.
I think
yeah,
We
the
haven't
thing
seen a
was,
body.
I think the thing was in there before. Before.
Mira, do you have any way of like talking to it?
And how do
Probably
you know
not.
about it?
What if Frey did it? His speak with ghosts? Dead
Yeah.
spooky thing? With the lamp?
Frey
Mira
gives
looks
a-
concerned.
Frey gives a very a somewhat panicked shake of his head and says, "No, I don't want to touch that. Whatever it
Fair
is, I
enough.
don't
Can't
want
blame
to
you.
feel that."
Can't blame you.
Okay. Well, all right.
I-
I guess it doesn't really matter if it wants to make a deal if none of us can talk to it.
I
so.
will say, in this case, Frey, it definitely gives you strong vibes, but they're not like those same kind of dark, threatening, like every shadow is out to kill you vibes like you had when you were at Ivan's salvage.
Okay. That's still not going to change Frey's response. Because he heard Kristof burning alive all night until, I guess, we stopped hearing him.
Yeah, that would be pretty traumatic, wouldn't it?
Frey's just like a trauma sandwich right now, just stacking one thing on top of the next.
Well, if you all want to keep poking around at that thing, be my guest, but I think I should pay Lord Brightthorn to visit and see about procuring us a ship.
Okay.
I can't see it, but I'm nodding. That's a good idea. I think that's a good idea.
Do you
I
have
think
any?
the sooner we get out of here, the better.
Yeah. I'm forgetting, did they like indicate that we shouldn't leave the house or anything? Or Because
No.
there are 2 guards outside.
They said that like it wouldn't. I think they said like it wouldn't be any safer whether we were here or out of the city.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
But before we don't want to leave like right now. We want to like give it a
Yeah.
little bit so we're not like, oh hey yeah, we saw some weird things happen and by the way we're out. Peace.
Yeah.
Because that
For
looks guilty.
Do we have a particular, if I'm arranging us this passage, do we have any particular time frame we'd like to look at?
I think Cassie and Molly are supposed to get here today, assuming we want to wait for them. Robert, is that correct? I'm losing track of time. I think that's right. It's 3 days since the full moon.
Yes, so assuming that they would have left immediately afterwards by ship, it would have been today.
Okay.
But obviously, you know, ships are a little fickle.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, so if we want to wait for them, then hypothetically they'll be here today, maybe tomorrow. So if you want to...
3 days then?
Maybe tomorrow. Yeah.
3 days. All right.
Or even
What
like
about,
later tomorrow is okay with me. Whatever you want.
Well, if we don't, like Garrett said, we don't want to look like we're trying to flee
Sure.
so soon after everything, so...
Yeah, that makes sense.
And our destination will be Milu Harbor. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
I think I was pronouncing it Milau or Milu.
Milau.
You can pronounce it however. Humans are weird like that. Remember Rhode Island?
I do remember Rhode Island very well.
I'm sorry. Remember our conversation about Rhode Island?
It'd be very concerning if you forgot Rhode Island while you were in it, but...
What the fuck are you talking? Rhode Island? An island of road? What?
Is there only one road on the island?
I mean, the part I live in, yeah, pretty much. Okay, but yes. Frey will, Alright, 3 days then, towards Milo Harbor.
Yes, that works for me. Mira, were you going to say something? I feel off.
What about the are the Garantines in the room or not in the room or?
Yeah, they're here. Yeah, there was a conversation about him joining the about Magnus joining the Soldiers of the Blue. So wants to be your inside man.
Well, I just like kind of glance over at the two of them real quick.
We might want to take them out. Or not take them out, but like take them out of here. Where were the parents supposed to? Were the parents supposed to be working again? Down by Alder Harbor.
Yes.
That's on the way to Milo.
Alder Harbor is not really on the way to Milo.
What are you talking about? You got to go down the coast.
Oh, yeah. If you're going by sea, yeah, it is.
You were going out on a boat.
I forgot. Listen. I was looking at fucking roads. Okay, I'm like, those don't even intersect. You would have to go through like the whole heart of the Galicene borderlands here.
And maybe we were looking at a land ship.
Also known as a wagon.
Palanquin.
Which are very much known for their ability to go through hardy, rough terrain.
When they float, they can go wherever they want.
That you glaring at your mages to make a floating wagon?
I mean,
Take me to level 4, I might.
exactly.
Anyway, we're getting off topic here.
Yeah, I guess the
I-
question is, what are we doing with them? I mean, do we want to drop them off at their parents, or do we want to leave them here? I mean, I don't know if they're in danger at all, so here.
I mean, at this point, I don't know if there is any more danger
Yeah.
from Deal anyways. I think we don't have to worry about Deal anymore, seeing as how...
I think we should really try and find a body.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying. Hate to
Yeah,
be that
I'm-
guy.
it sounds like if we're booking the ship for a couple days from now or whatever, then we have a little time to kill, so I guess we might as well try to find one. If there is one.
How far away would the school that Chester is at be?
You know, probably at this point, you know, it's like a half hour, 45-minute walk from where you are, depending on how fast you go.
Okay, so we could just go there in like
Yeah,
one
it's
day.
it's
Yeah.
Ardenford University. It's the big place where the Soldiers of the Blue were announced.
Okay, cool. Just double check.
Yeah, I guess there is that. If we were to take these two out of the town, then we are just leaving that guy on his own. But, you know, I guess he doesn't live here anyway, but...
Well, Frey will look over at Alice and Magnus and ask, well, do you want to go find your father?
I'm like, oh, for what? And Magnus just kind of like at this point, like gets a little boisterous, and you can see like over the course of the last day or so, he's really kind of like tried to gain more confidence as like the reality of the family situation is set in. Like he's trying to step up, and he kind of puffs his chest out and crosses his arms and stands up and does a little bit of pacing and just. From what I'm able to see, it seems like someone's gonna have to stay here and make sure that you know, these blue foxes are gonna stay in line. So I still think the best idea is, you know, you need a man on the inside, and I think that can be me.
Are you sure that's going to be safe?
I mean, listen, I can, you know, I could like, you know, take like a hammer to my foot and be like, I can't run or nothing, so I can't fight, but I
God,
still
no.
want to. Oh.
Magnus!
Well, listen, I mean, I think it would be... I've done it before, where, you know...
I feel like if somebody asks
You've used
is
a
it gonna be
hammer on
safe?
your own foot before?
Oh, so a couple years ago, I lost a bet, and I owed somebody some coin, and... I don't have enough. So I said that I got mugged, and I had to smash a couple of my toes to really sell it. And at this point, Alice
Frey is
just...
nodding like this is a good plan.
And Alice just looks... You told me that you had tripped and stubbed your toe on a tree. Yeah, it wasn't really a hammer. I kind of kicked a tree, but you know, same thing.
It's a different thing.
Magnus. Oh, look,
Magnus,
it worked.
Magnus, I want to repeat this back to you just so you can hear what we're hearing. We asked, is it going to be safe? And you said, well, I can break my foot with the hammer, which to me does not sound like a great way to make something safe.
Oh, wait, I'm not going to be getting hurt if I'm stuck in the city, right? I think I'll be fine. I mean, you know, we talked about this. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Put me in a suit of armor and they say, you're getting a promotion. That would be pretty scary, honestly. If they wanted me to be in charge of people, that does sound a little bit horrifying.
Is that really the worst thing?
Miss Mira, why are you so... It's frustrating when you bring up common sense and make me feel like I'm kind of stupid. I'm not blaming you, I'm just stating my feelings, that's all.
Well, I'm sorry, I just don't want you to get hurt.
I mean, sometimes I don't want any of you to get hurt, but I mean, Miss Mira, you were missing for like a decade.
But I wasn't hurt.
You were missing for a decade. I would rather fucking get a leg broken and have to fucking fix it than be just gone for a decade. I mean, 10 years, that's like...
Oh, that's fair.
That's a lot of my life.
That's...
You know, you have all the information.
I mean,
feel like
what about emotions to Strieg? He's covering bandages every fucking time I see him.
How old is Streak and how old is Magnus?
I think they're both
I think
like
I'm
early
technically
20s.
younger than Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus, I think he's mid-20s. I think 25.
Yeah, I'm
26.
like very early 20s.
Oh yeah, wow, that makes us some big hypocrites there.
I don't think I'm a good person to look at. Don't look at me.
Oh, what?
Well, I mean, I wish he wouldn't do that.
I kind of wish I wouldn't too.
Oh, but didn't you go out saving somebody? If I get out saving somebody, doesn't that justify it?
I think so.
Mira just kind of gives him the stop making so much sense look.
The party's combined logic defeated by a man with a collection of concussions.
I mean, Magnus, I think
it's like he's not wrong, but he's not right. It's like he's saying, hey, I want to do all the same stuff that you guys are doing, but why can't I? I'm an adult, aren't I? And it's like,
And as you're saying?
Yeah,
I was gonna say, no worries. I was gonna say, Magnus, I think you're an adult and you can make your own decisions. I think all of us are concerned enough about your safety that there's not a world where we tell you, yes, you should go do that. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, you know?
I mean, I just think that I'm not exactly going to be much help, you know, out there. I can, you know, I can't really hunt. I can't do much. I can carry almost as well as Miss Mira, but not quite.
Could we talk to Hoslo and see if maybe he could pull some strings to get Magnus a position in the city?
Is he alive?
They didn't seem to react like Hoslo was dead when we mentioned him earlier, and they did say that someone was killed. So if we said like, oh yeah, our friend Hoslo.
I mean, they might not know him by name, but yeah, I mean, maybe.
Okay,
He's
so
the head
maybe another
quartermaster.
body
They
we
know
have
him
to
by name.
find.
What was that?
Maybe another body we have to find, maybe not. We should check.
Yeah.
We should probably check that. And if he's okay, maybe we can talk to him, see if he can pull some strings to get Magnus a position inside the city.
Feel like we're building a scavenger hunt of corpses.
Don't say that.
Welcome to my life.
I've done that. It's not fun.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. I guess a position in the city would be good.
Especially on the big battlefields.
Sure.
Sometimes you find part of them, then you have to find the rest, or sometimes you find all of them, or almost all of them, then you have to find the missing parts, and it's not... Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Right.
Mira looks horrified.
Like above the table, I'm just thinking about how, like, if you have a dollar bill that's ripped in half or whatever, as long as you have the section that's like greater than a half, then you can like still spend it. And it's like that's the rules for finding corpses. It's like if there's at least half of the body, you can cross that person off the list.
At this point, Alice just finally... I think there might be something to this plan here. Just a little bit. Not the part about breaking his foot or smashing it with a hammer or whatever he was planning on doing. But the part about staying in the city, obviously, and she kind of like motions as if ready to quote him, and then just, shit is going to happen based on what you've said about everything, and the Soldiers of the Blue, I'm sure it is, but we are still, you know, protected here, and guaranteed name carries some weight. As long as they don't, you know, start killing people in the streets for no reason, I think we're safe here. I'm not going to start a militia to oppose some civil war or something, if that's what it comes to. But on the other hand, I'm also don't want to let this happen. I mean, our parents are still out there and probably like a life to come back to when they get back. And there's, she kind of just motions out a window. There's Chester. He probably has no idea what's going on either. I'm probably gonna go find him today and let him know at least some of this. It's just, I think us going with you isn't going to work. If we run, we're just going to make everything worse. You know how many times I've been out of the city?
No.
And she like looks to Mira as if to answer.
I'm gonna guess not very many times.
None that you know of without an armed escort going to another major city, staying on major roads.
She just sort of shrugs.
I mean, even Magnus, I mean, as big and strong as he is, isn't exactly going to be a good fighter. So, comes to no offense. I just none taken. I mean, I've seen, you know, a lot of things, and I know where my limits lie. Sure, I can punch and I'm big, but I can swing a big stick, but not some trained swordsman or nothing. And she just kind of gives a nod at that. So you can see that. And she just kind of like, you can see she's not like shaking, but like, she's got that vibe of someone who's like really low on blood sugar and just, they are just mentally and just physically just beaten down from stress right now. We'll stay. We're not benefiting anything by leaving. We still have a home here, a family. But it helps. When you're in the city, you have an ally who can keep their ears to the ground. What happens with the Soldiers of the Blue? We can tell someone. Get letters sent somewhere. Smira, where would we?
You looked away from the microphone and I didn't hear you.
Miss Mira, where would we do that to? Exactly.
I mean, we have a keep now.
Are we gonna go check our mail there?
We could.
Well, if you're trying to contact us, Milo Harbor first, and then Artivista.
Alright, okay.
Yeah, I feel like, Garrett, if you want to tell them where your place is in Artivista, maybe that's the best bet. At least,
Yeah,
like,
absolutely. If you if you go to the postal service, anything that you direct to the Viacor estate should get to us. And I'd spell out the name. I don't know for sure. Part of the reason why I'm heading back there was some kind of incident. So I don't know if the property itself is what the shape of that is, but they'll be able to get it to us.
Okay.
For the record, I guess I never said this to you, but the name of the house that that you would live at would be called Fleisch d'Argent. I'll go ahead and
Could you
spell that for you.
I'm gonna add that to my notes right now.
Because yeah, you Fleisch d'Argent, which is yeah, it's very fancy. It's essentially a wing, like a separate manor on the on like the duchy's palace grounds.
Oh, this is on like the like actually on the palace grounds.
Yeah, it's up there.
Oh, wow.
Like I said,
Okay.
it's yeah. I feel like every time we mention something with Aravishta, we're kind of burying the lead on how bougie it is.
Well,
It's
and
like
how
no
bougie
security.
Garrett's
You could go
connections are.
out and like walk up to the palace, and people would trust you already.
What was the name of this estate that Garrett had just mentioned?
Fleisch d'Argent.
I did spell it.
He
in the
just
chat,
pasted
yeah.
it into the.
Yeah, it's in the foundry.
Oh, that's the same one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where your boy Garrett lives.
Okay.
It's so bougie. He has a name for his house.
So Garrett's
I
like
mean, it's not my house.
fancy.
Yeah, I know. I just keep thinking like, but it's Garrett.
my
you
wife's
know?
house.
But like this name wouldn't mean anything to Frey, right?
I mean, you can give me an int no.
Okay.
I know Frey doesn't go that far out too often, but that is still a pretty
Oh, he has never gone that far out,
uh,
but
but I'm sure, you know, sometimes they
travels.
travel. The name rings a bell, but like the specifics, like you have like that association where it's like, you know the name, you know it's like something tied to like Artavishta and like the duchy, but like that's it. Like the actual connection, where you know it from, that just like the connections aren't there. It's like when you know an actor was in a movie, but you don't know how you know it, or even how you know the movie. Same sort of thing.
all right, sounds good.
Worst case scenario, you could also probably send something to the Biscont estate as well. They'll be able to get that to us as well.
Streak leans over to Rohan and goes, "He has another one?"
That's not that's my mentor's that's my mentor's
Okay, so you
house.
have another one.
It's not my house, it's my mentor's house.
Yeah.
He probably has more than he's got more than one house though, and so you know.
Okay.
He's got his main house, and then he's got you know, a couple other anyways.
Oh my
Jesus
god.
Christ. It is so weird, like I guess this is like a feeling that I've never experienced before, but like to like make a friend, get to know them really well, and then realize afterwards that they're like super rich, like you're in Crazy Rich Asians or something. Just like, oh, this is different. Okay. I have to reorganize.
He's the guy
my
who taught me
thought
how to wayfind.
Especially when your friend is a guy who looks vaguely homeless half the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this, like, just for perspective, Garrett is a person who every time something fancy comes up, he prefaces whatever he says with, "Oh, I know this because of my wife." So it's like,
It is
like-
though. It's technically his wife's estate. It's not really his estate. It's he married into all of this.
but it would be like if you were dating like Kylie Jenner, and then every time like Kylie Jenner was like, "Oh, I know this because I'm dating like Lil Yachty or whatever." Like it's like
That's the
you're
thing.
also
that,
like
No, this is more like This is more like Garrett married a Kennedy.
Except, like, if something does happen to his wife, it does all go to him.
Uh-huh.
Like, there's no, like, prenup where, like, the blood cousin gets to, like, reabsorb it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Garrett is Meghan Markle.
Yeah, honestly, kind of, yeah.
I like how every time it comes up in Garrett's backstory, there's, like, more emphasis on how rich he is. It's so funny.
Yeah.
I don't actually know how rich Garrett is. I don't think we ever actually really went into that.
I've shown you pictures of, like, what I imagine, like, where he lives and stuff like that. Like, I feel like you should have a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
Like, Garrett's, like, the best way I can describe it, or I have in the past, is Garrett is, like, doesn't need to spend money rich.
Yeah.
But I digress.
So it's a good thing, Rohan, for what he needs. It's a good thing that he knows.
Oh, looking at Garrett's character sheet right now, he's definitely not that kind of rich.
No, not right now. No,
Yeah.
Traveling money. He's got to get back home to get.
Yeah,
all that.
without the gravitational pull of Artavishta, he doesn't have the access.
Right.
Anyway, we got a little off topic there, but I hope now that there's a little bit more emphasis on how much connection and money Garrett has access to.
Yeah. So like when I sent those letters off, like that's not a little thing.
Yeah, I don't have like a
so-
complete. I'm sorry, continue. What I was gonna say was not important.
Yeah.
Well, to jump back into the roleplay, so I think as Garrett keeps dropping these names, Frey definitely looks at him with a newfound interest. Not that he was, not interested in Garrett before, but there's definitely a little more of an understanding and a curiosity. Well, I definitely look forward to meeting your family, your acquaintances, your mentor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was
Mentor in
supposed
what
to meet
exactly?
me. Well, he taught me how to do all the Wayfinder stuff. Dorian Bescott. He's a good friend. I hope that we are able to find him along this journey, but I'm worried that something happened to him because he never showed up to our meeting.
Is this?
Is anyone else wearing the other earring right now, real quick?
I think I am.
You would get a lot of sadness. He might not have said quite as much, but there's a lot of sadness behind that statement.
Oh.
But you were saying, sorry, Ronnie.
Is this why you're out here so far from home?
Well, what happened was, my younger brother got in a spot of bother back in Eindarid, and so I left to go help him out. And as I was getting ready to head back to Artavishta anyways, word came that there had been an attack on my wife and her family at the estate, and he sent me a letter that he was going to come meet me and give me some more information, but he never showed up. We were supposed to meet way back at Leska, and I waited I waited for him, and anyways, there's not much I can do at this point except keep looking for him each city we get to along the way. It doesn't appear he's even made it this far yet so far, so who knows what happened.
Of course, I had no idea all that was weighing on you.
It does nothing to dwell on it. So I've been trying to focus on the moment and making sure that I do the best I can to keep all of us alive and to our next destination, wherever that may be. And so, I mean, there's nothing I can do in Artivishte right now. So, something we learned in the brigade. You focus on the now and what you can do, and you just take it one step, one task at a time.
Well, then I suppose the now and the task would be for me to get started with procuring that ship. He'll be back to Artivistal, or you'll be back to Artivistal that much sooner.
Yes, hopefully.
Well, speaking of, I suppose I should get dressed for this.
Are all of us going? Or I think we should definitely do buddy system at least. Is there someone you would like to go with you?
It's up to all of you. It's... he said he has his place of business down on the harbor.
If we did go look in the river, I'm fairly good at swimming.
Okay. Looking for the body.
She does not look excited at the idea, but
Okay.
It'd be a place to start anyway.
Yeah. Maybe Garrett goes with Frey, and then we can look for the body.
Yeah, I can do that.
Cool.
All right.
Whoever
Frey.
finishes first checks up on our guy.
Yeah, Grayson.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Oh, I also still have to go. Did I pick up my suit from the tailor?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, yeah. All right, and I got the boots and everything. Okay, so we're good there.
All right. Well, Frey is going to head upstairs so he can get dressed and ready for the day, and then he'll be good to go.
All right. So, with that, a bit of a renewed plan in place. You guys get ready, gather your things. It is time for a new day in Fortuny Soul. Who wants to go first, and what are they doing?
Well, I probably shouldn't just walk out of the house.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, if yeah,
Okay.
if Streak's gonna leave the house
Actually-
for whatever reason, we gotta disguise him.
Yeah. I will, do you want to do disguises or invisibility? I guess disguises, because disguises last indefinitely.
Also, if Doppelstreak wakes up, should one of us be here?
I think we could probably tell Magnus and Alice to, like,
I'll He doesn't really know what to say, but he like gives like a thumbs up and like tries like putting his hands on his hips. He's like, as long as he don't, try and fuck with us, and I think we're good.
That is what I'm mildly worried about. This was a man who apparently has been tortured for who knows how long.
Honestly, look at how small he is. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
If he came at me, I'm pretty sure one swing, I have him back down where he is.
Yeah, he's scrawny and malnourished.
I'm not going to take offense to it. I mean, if I woke up after being beaten and stuffed, I'd probably attack somebody too.
Yeah.
I always thought of myself kind of like a raccoon, but with less of the eating and getting fat on trash and more of the angry and doing all my work at night.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, just make him sit tight if he wakes up. Tell him we'll be back soon and fill him in and everything, I guess. Cool. What are we disguising ourselves as? As in, like, is there something that will be useful for us later if we want to dress up as that now? Or, like, just somebody? Just, like...
3 Kristofs.
Don't tempt me.
Searching for the dead Kristof?
Yes.
The only thing I can think of is, like, whoever would have collected the body, hypothetically?
Yeah. I mean...
Because if it's not in the river, I'm assuming we're going to go to a police station.
Yeah, I guess it also has to be something that when we walk out of this front door, will not be weird that we were in here.
That is also true.
Just someone who can go into the morgue.
Yeah, I guess, would that be the Blades, or would that... I don't think that would be the Soldiers of Blue.
Would it be better just to make me invisible? I hate this.
That might work too. Just make Streak invisible, and then no one will see him. Then he can just walk out the door. Because you're known to be here. The SBI, or not SBI, the Sword of the Blue, who answered the door, saw you and talked to you, Rohan. So like he knows you're here. And they're not looking for you per se. Additionally, if you walk up and are like, "Hey, I'm Rohan. I'm a friend of Hoslo. I'm here to see him," they'll probably at least get him to your
Yeah, well, the only issue is that invisibility only lasts 3 hours. So, like, we have to be back here by 3 hours, or else, like Streak will be screwed. So, I mean, I don't expect it'll take longer than that, but, who knows?
If I might make a suggestion.
Yeah, please.
Streak is particularly sneaky.
Yes.
I could simply chat up the soldiers outside, give him an appropriate distraction. Maybe he could slip out a window.
There is a good chance that any SBI or Sword of the Blue soldiers or employees, or however you want to call them, enforcers, walking around town may have his description in general.
That's true. Although, if we save disguises now, then I can always disguise us later, because we're still going to be together. So
That's true.
Then we'll, like, have some flexibility on, like, if we need to get in somewhere.
That is true. We don't know how well patrolled the streets are quite yet.
Yeah. Streak, it's up to you, I think. If you'd feel safer being disguised, or...
Start with the invisibility, and if it wears out, it wears out.
Okay. Alright. I'll make all of us invisible then. I mean, the 3 of us. Mira, you and me. So that way we can just get out of here and not have to have a conversation about that.
There was something that I wish you would have looked for me at the, when you went to look through Deal's, documents, but I suppose that's all locked down now, so...
What was it?
It was the people who I went and looked at the Alex is forgetting what it's called. The place we own now.
Riverstone Keep?
Yes, the people who I went to look
right.
at Riverstone Keep with, who may or I guess may not have father's thing.
All right. Well,
and may have left me there. She kind
That
of adds
might
that
be
as an
more of
afterthought
another
and like
nighttime
frowns.
mission.
Man, we should have been looking for that when we were raiding Deal headquarters the other night. We should have been looking for some information on that. Why didn't even I think of that? I'm sorry, Mira. That was. We should have thought of that.
Well, I didn't tell you, so I didn't remind you at least. So it's not.
Well, this is. I don't want to. I know this is risky, but we're invisible right now.
It
Like,
is the
I think
middle
we
of
should
the
go
day
do the
now.
corpse first. But I mean, I feel like it was worse that it wasn't the middle of the day then, because that guy just sat there and talked to us constantly. But I mean, not us, I guess, but Frey. I don't know. I mean, I think we should go look for the corpse first, but maybe
Let's
if that
go find a
goes
body.
quickly, then we can think about other stuff.
You wanna find a body?
Well, I think somebody needs to open the door and briefly distract these people so that there's a reason the door opens.
Oh, I should probably, get dressed in something that is not going to be super heavy when I, get wet.
Yeah, sure. Yes, smart.
I can probably borrow something from Alice or whatever.
Yeah.
And then y'all would have turned invisible right before you went out the door, right?
Yeah.
That way you're not wasting time being invisible
Yes.
while Mira's changing.
Correct. Yes. What are swimming clothes in the Renaissance? I've never thought about it.
Probably just your underclothes.
I guess so.
Assuming you wear said underclothes.
Yeah.
History of swimwear.
I mean, I
In
was
the-
always under the
in the
assumption that,
Renaissance-
yeah.
Swimming and outdoor bathing were discouraged in the Christian West, and there was little need for swimwear.
No swimming at all.
In other parts of the world, most people swam naked.
Yeah, I assumed it. I've always just assumed, just wear whatever the hell you can that's breathable. Like, logic would dictate, so, your underwear or whatever. Or just do it naked.
I mean, I guess it's good you're invisible then. Well, anyway, so I'm assuming you change or whatever if you'd like, and then we're gonna go.
Yeah.
Amazing. Frey, do you want to open the door and briefly distract these people so that there's a reason the door opens?
Of course, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
And yeah, Frey will he will open the door, stepping out, kind of pausing a moment in the doorway as he sees. I assume the soldier is there at the front door.
That one of them is somewhere near the front walkway, and then one is patrolling around at all times, making laps around the house.
Okay, he's gonna kind of one hand still on the open door, definitely stopping a few steps outside the doorway. You say, "Oh, there hasn't been any trouble, has there?" And he'll chat them up,
Amazing.
a concerned citizen.
Probably, no, it's been, well, and he seems confused by the question, you've nothing to be afraid of, really. You're in good hands with the soldiers of the Blue.
But all that commotion last night, you don't think that... I still don't understand what happened, but...
Well, you have nothing to worry about right now. It's all perfectly handled. The soldiers of the Blue will be keeping your location safe from the would-be assassin and anyone else who would try to do harm to you.
find the body.
We're
Oh, well,
speaking out while this is happening.
Well, I feel much better knowing that you're here to keep an eye on the streets, and I just hope nothing like last night happens again. You didn't. I mean, did you ever find the poor fellow down in the river?
I'm not sure. By the time we arrived, he had already been taken by whatever happened. Apparently died and was taken by the Sacred Blade. And at this point, like, I assume your goal at this point is just small talk and keeping him distracted.
Yeah, pretty much.
Alright, give me a charisma convince.
Okay.
Wow, that's a really bad roll from Frey.
His heart's just not in it.
Oh, God. His heart's just not in it. Fucking killed me. Alright, so while you keep this guard's attention, the other soldier also kind of makes his way over as he's doing a lap, and you kind of strike up a conversation with the two of them. They reassure you a couple of times over that everything's gonna be fine. They don't know what's going on exactly, but there is a would-be assassin who, after, you know, they believe is still on the loose, and they are intent on capturing and want to make sure that you're safe if they come back.
Frey, after he keeps them, talking a little bit, he'll give his thanks. And just keep doing what you're doing. I feel much safer knowing that you're all nearby. But so the day ahead, Garett, we should be on our way, or else we'll be late for that meeting.
Yes. Let us go.
And have a pleasant rest of your day, gentlemen. He gives them both a nod, and yeah, Frey will start heading down the street.
Alrighty, and as you head down the street, the rest of everyone else just kind of... So, no one is staying behind you, are all sneaking it out into the same direction.
I guess so.
Mira and
Well,
Strieg.
yeah. No one's staying behind at the house, though.
Yes.
Right.
Alright, so you were all able to get out without any real notice. Things are going surprisingly well right now, and I'm concerned.
Don't say that.
We have literally just walked out a door.
And yet,
That suggests that Robert definitely thought we were all gonna die when we walked out this door, which does not bode well for the rest of the session.
listen, maybe I just want to keep you on edge a little bit. Things have been turned
Yeah,
up
because we were
too
definitely
good for-
off of our edge.
Things have been turned up too good for the Accord for the last 45 minutes.
Amazing.
So, what is, where are you heading? Investigating the river?
Yeah.
Alright, who exactly is investigating the river, just to make sure?
Me.
Yeah.
Everyone else is
Mira,
staying
Strieg,
and-
and Rohan
Right.
are going to the river, but if somebody's swimming, it's only Mira.
Okay. Also, who else were you making invisible? I'm sorry, I just want to double check.
The three of us, me, Strieg, and Mira.
Okay, alright. Alright, so, you guys are heading just the same direction as, like, through the, through Kristof's residence, like, the same way that he kind of ran, you're gonna head, but invisibly?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so, the three of you make your way. You can see where there are still maybe half a dozen, Sacred Blade enforcers, and then a couple more people who are wearing nicer and less violent clothing. They are very much in suits, and they are seemingly investigating the wreckage. There is also someone with a Soldiers of the Blue cloak there, though they are not in armor, that is having a very heated conversation of some sort with one of the non-enforcer Sacred Blade representatives.
Can I listen in?
Let's drop some eaves.
Yeah, skirt a little closer.
Well, you're invisible, so as long as you're not doing anything weird, like trying to get right up close to them, you're not going to need to roll anything, but for the extent of the argument, they seem to be arguing about whether or not the Sacred Blade is being very forthcoming regarding something that was stolen. And the gist you get after a minute or two seems to be that Sacred Blade is trying to shut out the Soldiers of the Blue on everything here that happened. And this guy is essentially here on a handshake agreement to stop things from turning violent this morning, or last night, however you want to describe that. But he is still frustrated with the lack of information he is being given.
Okay.
Because they are still accusing this assassin of stealing something from them.
The Soldiers of Blue are.
Yeah. Are accusing the assassin of stealing something from, and now tensions are rising because they think Sacred Blade might have it or something. Or Sacred Blade isn't being forthcoming, at least.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Alrighty, onto the river.
Yes.
You make your way down to the river. You can see where there's literally like an investigation going on pretty much all the way down. You can see where there's like singes and footprints, and you can still see there's some people in their backyards over there, essentially, like looking and watching. There is a ship out in the middle of the river as well, and you can see people just like looking over it. There is someone who kind of appears and just like like from swimming and like shakes his head and begins climbing aboard.
We were not the only ones with this idea. But I can do it better.
Wait,
I promise.
the people who are swimming they're just people, or they're Sacred Blades? Or
You can't make it out from here because they're not soldiers, but like they do have like a ship. The ship doesn't have a like notational marks or anything on it. It just looks like a vessel, like a skiff. It's definitely not going out into like deep waters, but
okay.
It is moored maybe 60 feet off, maybe less, 50, towards the middle of the river. And yeah, somebody just like climb back up and onto it, and then you see someone else kind of like shrug, and then they dive in.
Okay, one thing I did just realize is that Mira, if you start swimming, it will drop our invisibility. Which was...
Really?
Yeah, because if you do things like running or attacking, any violent motion, it breaks the spell. Which is
What if I just walk?
That should be okay, right? If you take your time.
Walking is not a violent motion.
Okay, cool.
I can do that.
Okay, cool.
Okay, let me rephrase. Generally speaking, walking is not a violent motion.
Is walking in water a violent motion?
I'm gonna go with no.
Okay.
I can do that.
Cool. Yeah, just take it easy and then, see as much as you can see. And then we can... Because it also sounds like probably the blades might have taken anything there was to take. So... Like, I'm not expecting to find a corpse here, but, probably worth looking at least.
I'm thinking there's not a body.
Like,
'Cause
period?
It seems
Just
like
not a
they're
body?
still looking.
I mean,
Well, the who are in the ship aren't necessarily, like, blades or whatever, so maybe they're trying to... Maybe they're just, like, people who are looking. Because
how's the current?
It's one of the largest rivers in Madara.
Okay. Well, we can have a look. It won't hurt. Probably.
Well, I'll have my
Like, in the
disguise-
middle, there's probably a very strong current. Like, the river's large enough that boats can come up it. Like...
We should have brought a rope.
Could be like our slogan. Just... If I had a
Anyway,
rope
so,
every time.
Mira, what you doing?
I will try to find, we can't see, so I try to find one of my friends, and I say, hold this, and I hand over something that feels a lot like hair, and then I will go walk into the river.
Who are you handing this to?
Whoever's nearby.
I think usually, like, if I'm doing invisibility with other people, I probably have, like, fireflies or something. Like, something that is visible but is not me.
Okay. Okay, so it's easier to find Rowan.
Yeah, so
Alright,
there's,
yeah.
like, something to, like, track me by, to follow. So
Okay.
you could probably find me.
You get handed something that feels like a lot of hair, and then I leave.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, and so Mira disappears. The last thing you see is probably some, like, muddy boot prints being left in the edge of the water where the kind of, like, current is kind of, like, hitting little waves. As
Yeah.
this is, like, right before the mouth of the river itself where it starts to open up into the Vaudevillian Sea. So there's something resembling, like, waves that start to hit here. And, Mira, you head down, just start walking in. And
Yeah,
within about 10 feet, any evidence of her being an invisible person walking into the water is gone.
and then you never see me again.
I wasn't even seeing you before.
Yeah, I guess I will go out into the middle or whatever, or at least as... I think probably we would have talked about it and said, like, it looks like this is where he probably jumped, or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably go look right there, and that's where I'm gonna go look.
All right. So just walking along the bottom of the river.
Maybe, like, getting a handhold on rocks or weeds or something.
Yeah,
if
yeah.
there's
I
that.
was assuming. No, I'm not gonna punish you for walking across the bottom of the river. I just find it funny.
Okay.
All right. And what are you looking for?
Anything that does not belong on the bottom of a river.
All right. Well, there's gonna be a lot because this is a very populous river. But go ahead and
Anything relevant that does not look like it belongs on the bottom of a river.
give me an int notice.
Okie dokie.
I mean, if there's anything not relevant but that looks valuable, take that too.
Oh my gosh.
You said int?
Yes. Well, your hunt only bears fruit so far as there is a lot of litter in this river. You head further in, looking for any evidence of what would be Mr. Kristof, any evidence of what would be something from last night, but unfortunately the best you find is what seems like a blackened chunk of something that, like, at first you have to, like, mess around with to figure it out, and it looks like a melted boot, maybe? Like, it's
Does
just,
it
like,
look
melted leather.
Fresh?
Well, it is underwater, but it's melted leather, and it's the only thing of real interest that you do find.
Well, I will pick it up, I guess.
Over the course of probably 10 or 15 minutes of looking, maybe longer, like, time probably feels weird underwater. But you hunt as best you can, looking around, being conveniently invisible, and yeah, you find nothing but what seems to be a melted hunk of boot, where it's like the leather of the top is kind of melted to the thicker portions of the bottom of it.
Well, I will take it with me. If that's all I find, I will go back. Does it look like those other people on the boat are trying to look in like the same area?
They kind of come towards your direction, but also further down. Were you also trying to like examine and get like you would have to go like towards the middle if you wanted to know more information about them?
Does it look doable?
Define doable.
I am not going to be swept away by the river into the ocean.
Yeah, no, probably not. Especially not at the bottom. The current's not gonna... Like, it's not that strong at this point.
So was that a no or a yes?
Yeah, you'd be okay probably going over there.
I'll take a peek.
Alright. These do seem to be, like... The first one you kind of can't really get a good glance on. It's very awkward trying to view things underwater, you know, given the relative time crunch you are under. But the second one, you do see what seems to be the sigil of the Sacred Blade Industries on on the pants that he is wearing. Like almost like a belt buckle, but off to the side, like almost like like the equivalent of like a signet ring, but to identify someone as a member of a guild. You do see that on the second one who comes down after you make it over there. And it does seem like they are just kind of getting on the bottom and looking for a little bit and then swimming back up.
That's not good.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing that I can see in the area that is interesting, I guess I can be done.
I mean, like I said, it seems like they're looking for something, like, but they're not having a lot of luck.
Well, I think they may be looking for the lantern, possibly.
True.
Which is just not here anyway.
Okay, I don't know if this is like, maybe I'm making this up, but I feel like usually if someone's looking for something, you can tell how big the thing they're looking for is supposed to be, based on like how close to the ground they're looking. Can we tell are they looking for a lantern-sized thing or a body-sized thing?
Based on the level of... They are not looking for something as large as a body, it doesn't seem like.
Okay, good. Okay, cool. Amazing.
Well, then I will just try to go back to where I went in.
Alright. And after maybe 20 minutes total of your free diving, if you will, you're free diving without actually swimming because you don't want to do any violent motions. You make your way back up to the suspicious glow that only you and your allies can see.
Yeah, he glows.
Oh yeah. Even I forgot about that. Cool.
I mean, isn't that how you can be found essentially while invisible?
Well, I was thinking like I would do like during the day. I was thinking I would do like a pretty lights, like some kind of little.
Oh, okay. I was just assuming you were using your glow.
I mean, if it's visible, then great, even better.
I mean, yeah, you control who it's visible to, so.
Well, I just mean like if it's a daylight, then I don't know if you can see like a soft light, but you know, if we can, then great, even better.
I mean, it illuminates everything within 30 feet of you, so yeah. It's probably harder to see during the day, but yeah.
Amazing.
I mean, standing next to the water, too, it would reflect.
That's true. Yeah. Cool.
So point of order, was Mira underwater for 20 minutes, or were we just not narrating, like, coming back up to breathe and going back under? Because...
I mean, you guys genuinely, like, were you, like, keeping an eye out, or...
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not there,
okay,
but
yeah.
Rohan
Were they,
would be
like, trying to
freaking
keep an
out
eye
and,
out
like-
on nothing, or...
I mean, you would
we
see
see,
the
like, air
ripples where the
bubbles?
surface broke.
I mean, if she only was sticking her head out, you wouldn't. given the tides. I mean, you know what? Give me an int. You can, if you were looking, give me an int notice. I say it's pretty tough, but possible.
Weirdly cagey about the fact if she was breathing or not.
I'm weirdly cagey about everything this session. Alright,
Reek sees water.
You know, my PTSD joke at the beginning of the session is really bearing fruit as Shriek walks right past the burning the house that burnt last night. And then doesn't see anything else. Shriek just keeps seeing the fucking burning Kristof diving into the water over and over again.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway,
yeah, so Mira does arrive back.
did you start panicking after 20 minutes or what? Or you just
We're
wait?
playing Go Fish.
You don't have a rod, though. You finally made it to the river.
Shut up.
Okay.
Alright, so SBI?
Yeah, I think that's the move. I guess do we know where like the morgue would be? Like, I assume there's not one at every SBI office.
Are we not gonna talk about the boot thing or anything?
Boot, he might have just kicked it off.
Yeah, that's what I assume. Is there a foot inside of it? If not, then I think
it
it's
was only a piece.
It was like the front like half of a boot, where like the top leather part was like melted into the bottom and it was very blackened. Like it was missing like the heel and the whatever you call the top part of a boot.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm assuming then that it just came off while he was struggling to put the fire out.
Only thing that's weird is that it actually burned, because he didn't seem to be burning.
That's true.
Right? Like he was on fire for hours.
Yeah, when we were looking at him, were his like we know that he was on fire and the fire wasn't going out, but were his clothes and stuff burning?
From what you could see, but the fire was engulfing him so much that at some point, like when he was in the water, you couldn't make out anything except a humanoid shape.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if that is weird.
Well, I will give it to Rohan to hold.
Great.
There you go. Can I also have my hair back, please?
Yeah. I just like put my hand out, just like I don't know where you are. You can grab this. I just like drop it on the ground. No, I don't.
Don't do that.
No, I don't.
Random things just start appearing on the beach where something weird happened the night before. You guys could convince them that this place is haunted very easily by just dropping random shit on the beach.
No, I find your hand and I put it back in your hand.
All right.
The fact that you handed me your hair is also... We're gonna have to talk about that later. Fine. I mean, maybe you just
can talk about whatever you want.
Anyway, while this was going on,
yeah,
what was Team Responsibility doing?
Is that us?
I mean, again, it's a relative term, Ronnie.
So Frey would be heading down. Frey with Garett would be heading down to the docks again. Although this time he is looking out for, what was this place called?
Ivan's High Seas Salvage.
Nope, not that place. Not that place. Frey is avoiding that place. If he has to walk by it, fine. But he is looking for Raphael Bright Durant, his place of business.
Oh, Ironheart
His
Shipwrights.
company manages the shipyards.
Ah,
He said
yes,
that.
the most major shipyard in all of Fortuny Soul. They're in charge of. Sounds
Yes.
good. So you make your way to Ironheart Shipwrights. It is very close to where the mouth of the river goes into, the edges, the easternmost edges of the docks. There is this massive warehouse that's built out over the water. Multiple bays, essentially they've got smaller places where they can hoist up with cranes to dry dock smaller ships and skiffs. They also control a portion of the beachhead where they literally currently have what seems to be a major ship beached, and they are currently cleaning off barnacles from the bottom of it. It is a veritable clusterfuck of activity. And you arrive to the main office, and this woman just gives you this look and just, "Oh, yeah, we're a bit booked up. What can I help you with today?"
Well, I don't know if I would find him here per se, but I was... Well, I would like to speak with Mr. Raphael Bright Durant.
Well, the Lord is, he's in his office and he's very busy negotiating. What's this in regards to?
And if you could just tell him that Mr. Freyverock would like a moment of his time, as soon as he has a moment to spare.
By the way, everyone's wanting a moment of his time, yet here we are. And she kind of gives a sigh and just gives you this look are you serious?
Frey just smiles back at her, waiting very patiently.
Right, give me a moment. And you.
Thank you kindly.
And she heads over from her post at the office, makes her way up to a second floor where it looks like this is a side building, and then it goes up to a second floor, and this building is attached to the main shipyard warehouse itself. And comes back a moment later. He's going to be busy with a meeting. If this is very important, he said he can come down for just a moment. He'll be here, but he can't spend long, no more than a moment or two with you, if that's all right now.
Of course, whatever he can spare.
It'll be just a moment then.
Depending on how long the meeting is, do we want to just wait for the meeting to be over? I mean, is this meeting going to be going on all day, or is this another hour, 2 hours?
He's going to take a moment out of his meeting to see you.
Oh, okay.
Just not going to be a long time. So.
Understand.
Oh, my friend does have a point. Do you know how long his meetings will last today?
Most every day they're about sunrise to sunset.
Makes sense.
The man handles most every major repair that comes through the city in some way or another, especially if it's guild related. All the big businesses go through us.
Of course.
Well, then yeah, if he has just a minute or so, we could quick bend his ear and be on our way and be out of his hair.
Frey smiles and nods in agreement.
And a moment later, a very quiet and not quite tense, but a little awkward moment later in which this assistant woman seems to have no interest in small talk with you, but instead it feels more like she has volunteered herself to babysit to make sure you don't actually head into the warehouse itself, but just stay here in this small waiting area. She just kind of stands there awkwardly, and then you see the gentleman, Lord Bright Durant, make his way over, wearing a very fancy suit and just kind of... Oh, Lord of future sight. To what do we owe the pleasure this day?
Thank you for seeing me. I know you're quite a busy man. But I was hoping that I might be able to avail you of your kind offer the other day.
He motions for you to continue speaking.
My friends and I are looking for a ship out of the city. Hopefully within a few days. We have pressing matters to the east, sadly enough, so our stay in...
Pressing matters to the east. How far?
As far as Milo Harbor.
I believe my assistant here can find you a ship leaving towards Vicanian waters sooner rather than later. And he kind of like just pats her on the arm. We'll see to it that it is done. It may not be the most glorious, but we will find one for you.
Thank you. Whatever might be available, we'd be most grateful. And of course I wouldn't want to leave you without anything, so I mean once you're free for the evening, I'd be happy to...
He just shakes his head. Nonsense, Mr. Varrock. We are even, but I am sure there will be more deals in the future for the two of us. But for now, my assistant here will find you passage for you and any compatriots that are in need. It will be covered under our account. If they have any issues, they can speak with myself or my office directly. And he turns to his assistant. Is that clear? And she just, of course it is, my lord. Now, I do apologize. It is a very large contract we are working on, servicing a number of very important vessels from Alcir that are interested in some extended stays here at the Valvalian Sea.
Really? From Alcir? Well, of course you already have my offer, but if you ever need any advice, another point of view on your business dealings, I'll be here for hopefully a few nights more at the very least.
He gives a nod and then quickly, almost like he doesn't seem stressed, but he does seem like a man who is very busy and keeps to a very organized schedule. And, like, seems to have given his pleasantries away and just gives you a quick and courteous nod before. No bow, no handshake, no more goodbyes, just heads off. Alright, well, let me go ahead and see what else that we may have that we may know is going to be in need of, my lord's services that may be able to, help you in the next couple of days. Over the course of the next maybe 15 minutes of this assistant going through paperwork, looks like we only have one that's heading in that direction, and estimated they're going to be leaving at after repairs are done on seems they had sprung a leak on the hull. Estimated repairs done sometime tomorrow. They'll be leaving tomorrow evening, tomorrow night. Perhaps morning if we get it done before then.
Frey will look over at Garrett a moment to see what he thinks of this this updated schedule.
While she mentioned that it would be leaving tomorrow night, Garrett is mentally reaching out to Rohan and going, do you think tomorrow night is long enough for us, or do you think that's too quick, or do you think we'll be able to get things in order that we need? Hopefully Molly and Cassie come in by then.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, I think that's reasonable. I think if we have to leave before then, maybe we can leave word with somebody to, you know, if they happen to come into town, then they can tell them where we've gone or something. But I think that's plenty of time.
Okay, sounds good then. Yeah. So, yes, that sounds like a good, good ship that would work for us. What are they carrying, might I ask?
She spends a moment and kind of like goes over it and it seems to be the Crimson Angler, a merchanting vessel. Does a little bit fishing.
Fish.
But
Okay.
mostly merchanting these days anyway. Owned by Lord Theodore Ashcombe.
Would Theodore Ashcombe ring any bells in my Vicanian head?
Give me an int now.
May I do the same, please?
Go ahead.
Seeing as how he is a lord, that's a 5. It's a 6. I'm gonna try that one more time.
I love it when you say it because you already know you fail.
Oh, that's much better.
Garett, Mr. Ashcombe has very much made not a fortune by any means, but has been you've heard his name. He is very popular he is one of those people who, especially after the Black Sun, was kind of like key to selling Vicanian goods when it wasn't really feasible for, tourists. He was one of those people who still came to Artavishta and would purchase lots of wine and various other more Vicanian specific goods and get them back to the rest of the country. He was very much a middleman, traditional style merchant.
Okay. Yes. I'm familiar with his name. It's a good man. Yes, that will do perfectly well for us. I am going to whisper in Frey's ear. Probably going to be a little fishy. You might want to invest in some oilcloth to really tie your belongings and to help keep the smell off.
Aye, good idea. I suppose we'll be able to hopefully find plenty of that down here.
Oh, absolutely. We should be able to find that, no problem.
The assistant spends a couple of moments scrawling on some parchment and then has a melted wax stamp with what seems to be the sigil of the Lord of Innovation stamped into it. And hands it to you. Bring this to the captain. He will see that you are taken care of.
Thank you.
You'll
Thank
cover
you so
yourself
much.
and up to a dozen compatriots.
Not perfect. That would be quite good. I don't think we'll be quite that many, but yes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. And please pass our thanks on to your lord.
Mm-hmm.
She gives a courtesy, as courteous a nod as she can, but obviously it's just like annoyed that she had to like deal with all this, and you guys were actually as important as you kind of led her to believe. And then motions for you guys to, in the most courteous, business-like way possible, get the hell out.
Of course. Yeah.
Frey will give her a polite nod, and yes, he'll turn and head on out so she can get back to work.
I am gonna think to Garrett, like if you guys are down at the shipyard anyway, then it might be helpful if you could check if there's any news of Cassie or Molly arriving yet. But if not, then that's fine too.
They would be coming in on a ship, right?
That's what they told us. I'm pretty
Okay.
sure.
I personally don't remember how far back that was. But did they give us any information about where we could check or meet them?
I don't think so.
Nope.
Yeah, they just said they'd come in on a ship after the full moon.
Okay. I guess we'll start looking to see if anyone of that description has come in around the docks.
All right. So with that, you're both going on the hunt?
Yes. And actually, yes, Frey is going to ask about the two ladies, but also he's going to use this an opportunity to try and find information on what this deal from Alasir is with, like, you know, ship contracts coming in from there.
Okay. Give me a okay, that is give me a charisma connect. Both of
Okay.
you. Since you're kind of doing different things.
I would love for just once Garrett to roll better on this than Oh my
I
god!
love how you didn't even have to
The
finish
fucking
that.
cold
Speak it.
shot.
Speak
Manifestation.
it into existence.
And I used my reroll already.
Crazy.
And I used my reroll already.
Oh man, incredible!
Oh, that was beautiful.
And that's a straight 12. That's a straight
That is
12.
a natural 12 right there.
Holy shit! Yeah.
Garrett, your hunt bears no fruit, but it seems to be in the most positive way that I can possibly describe it, which is no ship that has arrived in the last couple of days has come bearing two women by Molly and Cassie's descriptions.
Okay.
You spend a while, you double check, do as much as you can, asking around, hoping beyond hope that you'll find something, but for better or worse, you're confident that they have not arrived. Frey, you bear more positive news through yours, which is that not a lot of people seem to know about this whatever is going on with people from Alasir, but you eventually hear that apparently it is a contract with a new division within the NSO that seems like it's going to be operating in conjunction with Sacred Blade for Vaudoilean security on the sea.
Okay. Remind me what NSO stands for again?
The Naval Securities Office.
Okay.
Essentially the Alasir military. They are very, they're naval first and foremost, and Fortuny Soul, on the other hand, does not have nearly as strong of a naval presence. Mostly because, you know, in order to do anything beyond the sea, they have to pass through Alasir, so Alasir kind of controls them in that sense. So, for the most part, there is a lot of, like, that need to divert resources, divert control to Alasir. But it seems like something is brewing between the NSO and Sacred Blade regarding securities or just naval activity within the Vaudoilean Sea. The extent of which no one seems to know, but you're able to draw a lot of conclusions, a frustrating amount of conclusions about this plot line that I wasn't expecting to have to divulge information to right now.
While Frey is getting that information, does he get, like, any sense or, like, rumors from anybody what might have triggered this new arrangement?
No, it just seems like it has drummed up a lot of... Like, people are more just, like... They're not questioning it. They're just happy that there's more business. There's a lot more, like... You know, the shipwrights are hiring more people to clean barnacles. There's more contracts going around. There's going to eventually be more people hiring sailors. It seems like something is going on. There seems to be a deal between the NSO and Sacred Blade. The best I'll describe is Sacred Blade seems to want to expand their their zone of influence, more seaward.
All right, excellent. Thank you. I think after, however long they spend gathering this information, when Frey meets back up with Garrett, he'll give him a summary of those rumors and those suspected conclusions.
Okay.
And, yeah, between the two of you, it seems you're able to also definitely confirm that, yeah, there is no Cassie or Molly here right now. They have definitely not arrived.
Yeah. So, well, they have until tomorrow night to arrive.
Aye, they do. It might be a little rushed. And if they don't arrive on time, what then?
We can leave a message for them, I guess, and basically say, hey, we're heading on to Milo Harbor, and just hop on the next ship there, I guess. Or, we're making our way to Vicania. You can always meet us there too. I don't know. I mean, this is the ship that we got, and I think it would be impolitic and impolite to be like, hey, you helped hook us up with this ship, but we're not gonna take it.
Oh no, I agree.
Yeah.
We need to depart on it, but yes, we can leave them a message. Perhaps have a porter watching the docks.
Mm-hmm.
Were you guys also going to do anything else while you were here?
Frey would want to go look for those oilcloths so all his stuff won't smell like fish.
Oh, all right. Did you want to handle the stuff with the Crimson Angler at this point as well now, or no?
You know, it might not be a bad idea to pop over, just be like, hey, we're gonna be hopping on tomorrow, just that way we're not showing up tomorrow just as they're about to leave. Oh, hey, here you go.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I hate that I gave you... I assumed you guys had already planned to do that, but now I feel like I gave you guys an idea that ruined a funny scene for me. Oh.
Yep.
I'm
Definitely
trying to
ruin
get
that one for
NPCs
yourself.
to be mad at us. We keep trying to make friends with NPCs, and they all just hate us.
We just want friends.
Yeah.
Okay, so, with that, you guys go and find essentially the boat slip where, that is currently where you can see this, pretty large ship where they are finishing, like, you can see there's a couple of people that are still on board doing some repairs and finalizing some things, and as you go to approach, you can see there's someone, like, just standing next to the gangplank, like, it seems like they're resting. They're, like, leaning up against a pole that has a lantern hanging off of it. And they just, like, I assume you guys, like, notice them. And they, like, you do that thing where you're, like, you're walking up. And they kind of notice that you're walking up. But neither of you say anything right away. At least they don't.
Frey will lift his hand and say, "Good day."
Oh, hello. What, is this, something happened with the account, or?
No, might we come aboard to talk to the captain?
Captain's ashore, I'll get the first mate.
Sure.
And he stands up and quickly heads back and onto the gangplank. And a moment later, you see this gentleman, maybe late 20s, early 30s at most. Short, clean-cut hair, a little bit of stubble. Wearing some simple leathers. Kind of like, very much like untied overshirt that's like leather. You can see he's like a little bit sweaty, and he just... Hello. First Mate Harrow. At your service, what can I assist you with?
It's a pleasure to meet you. We're actually going to be... we've booked passage aboard your ship for us and our companions. And Frey will pull out the paper he got.
Oh, well. He kind of looks it over and undoes it, and reads it, and... Oh, the captain will love this so much. He loves
That
getting
sarcasm
random
I said.
passengers. Especially at the behest of someone that he only has a business contract with.
Was that sarcasm I sensed?
Yeah, that was sarcasm. We'll keep to ourselves and try to stay out of your way as
Nonsense.
much
The
as
captain will get
possible.
over himself, and he kind of like pats you on the shoulder, and you're more than welcome aboard the Crimson Angler. What, if I may, how many? It does say up to a dozen, which, there's a lot of difference between the two of you and 10 more.
Oh no, there's not going to be a full dozen. No. It's going to be 2, 3. That's 5, 7 of us tops, but most likely 5.
7
Right.
tops, but most likely...
We have 2 friends who are supposed to be meeting us in town, but it doesn't appear their ships come in yet. So, if their ship doesn't come in by the time your ship sails, they're obviously not coming with us.
He gives kind of like this curious look, like he just cocks his head to the side, just like a smidge confused about what?
It's a long story.
Okay, that's far enough, I suppose. Oh, we will prepare quarters for you. They're going to be a little bit cramped. I do apologize. We do have a full crew making the journey back. Thankfully, we're not much in the way of trade. You all have your sea legs, I trust. Not going to be worrying about anyone hurling themselves all night.
Well, I can't speak for the others, but I've sailed before.
Hey, but have you sailed above an angler? We're going to be doing some trolling during our time. Hopefully getting a full catch.
Well, this will be my first time aboard this sort of ship. Others were more for... And he just kind of like trails off at that and just kind of gives a sheepish smile and shrug.
Oh. Fret not, you'll survive the journey. Well, I'm sure most of you will. I kind of like pats you on the shoulder again. Don't need anything. Myself or the captain will be aboard at all times before we set sail. Estimate about midday tomorrow afternoon, some such. Depending on when they confirm the rest of the repairs, we ran aground some reef during some rough weather last storm, and it has been well, assuming it holds, you won't need to be He kind of pauses again and looks to Frey. How are you with a bucket?
With a bucket? And like Frey doesn't quite follow where this is going. He looks a little
Okay,
confused.
if any water gets in the boat for whatever reason, you use a bucket and you scoop it, and depending on the size of the boat, you either toss it right over the side or you pass it to the next guy to toss over the side.
That seems... I'm sure even I can figure that out, but are you concerned?
Not gonna be sinking, just a matter of how much water would be taken on. We made back to port, no problem, and, well, we've got a full crew, so all should be good. But again, just on the off chance, I'm sure you'll, and he, like, you're definitely getting that sense that, like, he's fucking with you a little. Like, he notices, you know, you've got that, like, city slicker vibe, and he's fucking with you. Like, you don't need to intuit to know that he's, like, started just fucking with you. Sure, you'll pick up on it.
Well then, Mr. Harrow, I will put all my faith in your confidence and expertise then.
And I put mine in my captain, and by some miracle of the saints, we'll make it to Milo Harbor.
Okay, so he's a Saints guy, not a...
With that, is there anything else you guys wish to do, or?
I mean, maybe probably at this point we might want to go take a look, see if we can find Oslo.
Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, let's go see what Visigang is doing.
Visigang, love it.
Well, all right.
We're going back to look at papers, maybe, hopefully.
Oh yeah, do we want to do that, or do we want to go to the morgue or whatever first? I guess I don't really know where the morgue is, and I feel like that would be easier to do under disguise if we need to do one of them under disguise. So I think we should go with papers.
We could divide and conquer.
No,
we could
buddy
not
system.
do that.
We're not leaving you alone again, and I don't want to be alone either. So, all right, I think we should just go to deal and see if we can get anything, and then we can get out if needed.
Okay, so you're heading to the deal headquarters, the scene of the crime?
Yeah.
All right. So, you say your goodbyes to the
river?
Yeah.
Goodbye, river.
Fuck you.
Hey, you got a destroyed shoe out of it, and make your way back to the central hall, and back towards the. Are you guys dropping invisibility, or are you trying to sneak in? Like, what's the deal here?
Sneak in.
Okay. The door is open, so you could, in theory, walk in.
Yeah, I think that's the move, right? I
Okay.
think, like, I probably, like, huddle with the others outside and just, like, we are just trying to, like, go straight in, right? We're not trying to make this any more complicated than we need to.
Yes.
Yes?
Okay, cool. All right, yeah, I think we walk in the door and just see how far we can get.
All right, you go in, and you can see that there are 2 security guards and someone at the lobby desk. The 2 security guards seem to be on fairly high alert right now.
Sure.
You can see one of them is armed with a flintlock pistol.
Are these, like, blades, or they're, like, deal-specific security guards?
These seem like they don't have any notable sigil on them, so you could not say. Like, these are not enforcers.
Why?
Enforcers are generally, like, sticking... Streak, I'm sorry?
Do I recognize them?
Give me a...
Probably not, but
Give me an no.
kinda highly doubt it, but
Unfortunately, you did not recognize them. You kind of, like, give them a once-over, and they definitely give you vibes of, you know, hired help. But you don't recognize them at all.
okay. I guess we're trying to sneak by?
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm
are they
gonna
like
say,
they're not, like,
unless
blocking the
something-
door, they're just like, standing watch?
Unless something happens or you guys need to like move like in a strange way, I'm not going to make you roll because I assume you're moving slowly. But the halls are not quite single file, but it is cramped if two people are walking past each other.
Okay. Okay. I guess like we'll wait for an opening, like when nobody's walking through, and then just try to hustle to. I guess we're trying to go to the like document room that we were in yesterday. But I guess like first try to scope out like outside of it if there's anybody in there or anything.
You mean the one that had all of the, not the employee records, the one that had like all of the bookkeeping and documentation and stuff?
Yes.
The door seems to be shut.
Hold on.
And not only is the door shut, but as you guys kind of reach that intersection and start to take that right in that direction, you can hear what sounds like muffled yelling from upstairs.
Upstairs.
Huh.
I will. The stairs aren't behind a door, right? From when we were in here yesterday.
No.
Yeah, I'll sort of like, just sort of like tap one of them on the shoulder and just sort of like, I don't know, try to communicate like a whisper maybe, and just be like, I'm gonna check out what's going on upstairs, and then I'm going to try to sneak upstairs and see if I can hear what the yelling is.
All right, you're sneaking up the stairs?
Okay.
Yes.
Now, at this point, if you're going to quietly go upstairs, you know for the trope, you got to give me the dex sneak.
Yeah.
Damn it!
Okay, thank God.
Oh, there was a chance. No matter how small, there was a chance. I'm not getting any fun this session.
Thank God.
You make your way up the stairs, and it sounds like an argument the more you get up here between 3 people.
Okay.
Sounds like it's coming from pretty far down the hall, which, based on what Garrett told you, probably like the other end near where like the main offices, like president, vice president, all that stuff is.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm probably thinking to Garrett so that he can and telling him what I'm doing so he can sort of guide me through the floor plan that he scoped out yesterday. And trying to get as close as I can and just hear maybe who's involved, and if I can figure out if they're arguing about Kristof and stuff, or if it's what exactly they're arguing about.
Right. Give me a wisdom notice. Like, do you want to get like right up against the door, or are you trying to stay far enough away that you can like not be, that no one's gonna trip over you if they come barging out or something?
Yeah, I think I want to be at least far enough back that I'm not, if like they could open the door without hitting me, and then I can like move out of the way if they're gonna walk past me.
It sounds like an argument. Like, it sounds like a bunch of people, all kind of yelling at one person? Like,
Oh.
yeah, like, it seems like an extended argument about, like, there's a woman who just, like, you can't make out exactly what she's saying, but it seems to be, well, I didn't know it was gonna fall on me. There's no fucking chance it was gonna fall on me. I certainly didn't have anything to do. And then just immediately getting cut off and screaming from multiple people.
Okay. I mean, I feel like I have to ask this question just because I have to. None of the voices are Kristof, right?
No.
Okay, good. I didn't think so, but I'm paranoid until we see this corpse. But anyway, I think I'm gonna get up against the door and see if I can figure out what they're trying to blame this woman for. Like what
Alright.
fell on her or something.
over the course of the next couple minutes, you seem to hear, like, the argument continues, and then finally, like, it's your fucking mess. You need to clean it up. And just, like, over and over again, it's like this circular argument. Before it finally just, Lidicott, if this doesn't go away, then you're going to go away. Do you fucking understand? And the gist of it, and she just responds back, and you wouldn't know based on Garett's information and the various paperwork that the Lidicott would be the vice president, Aubrey Lidicott.
Okay. And which office are they in? Are they in?
They're in the vice president's office.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna head back downstairs then.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Beyond that, just it seems like all the blame for whatever the fuck happened seems to be falling on her.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I guess my questions for myself or like for the others is kind of like, is she getting blamed for everything that happened with Kristof and him like going up in flames literally, or is she getting blamed for I guess maybe the records that we burned, or maybe there was people realizing that somebody broke in yesterday or whatever. So I guess that's an open question.
As you are heading back down the stairs, you do hear a door slam and glass break.
Oh shit. If I like look back over my shoulder, is it like...
You would not be able to see the hallway from the stairs.
No? Okay, fine, fair enough. Okay, wild. Alright, yeah, I go back down.
Making your way back to the rest of the group. You guys are back at that intersection where it turns off to the right from the entryway and goes towards the records room. The door is shut.
Is there anyone in the hallway?
You don't see anyone in the hallway.
Try the door.
It's a little squeaky.
Very quickly get inside and shut the door.
Everyone go in there or just Shriek?
Me? I mean, I'm going. I'm the one who knows my stuff.
Also, Shriek can't read.
I probably would have said the names for everyone, but, you know.
Not gonna do me much good.
I feel like realistically this happened while I was still upstairs, so
Yeah.
I probably don't get back here until after they've gone in.
Alright, so... Then, Mira, you begin looking through. You are on the hunt, huh?
Yes.
Alright. If you would please give me a... Oh god, it happens. Int Administer.
Hell yeah.
The most powerful skill in Worlds Without Number. Looking through paperwork.
Okay. Shit! I'm
As good-
so mad! I had a +0 even.
As good as Mira, you do know how to go through paperwork, but this is way more than you've ever really dealt with. You've never done it corporately. You've always, like, you know, help organize the family's finances. Oh, they, you know, let me rewrite all of this so that the handwriting is better, that sort of thing. Like, make sure that everything looks good. Sure. Going through all of this, it's not even that it's disorganized, it's just that there's so much of it. And you find hide nor hair of mention of who you were looking for.
Dang. Well, I would probably still be looking when Rohan comes back then.
Alright. So Rohan, you get back to the intersection, and... Again, they're invisible, and you have no way to see them, even though they can technically see you because of the light. So you're back at the intersection. The door is shut. What are you doing?
Can I hear that they're inside looking through papers, or is it like I have no idea what's happening or where they are?
I assume that they're trying to be quiet and unnoticed.
Yeah, we're being quiet.
I'm gonna say, given the amount of activity in here, it would definitely cover up any sound of moving paper.
Okay. I think in that case I'll go inside. I would have stood watch if I knew they were inside looking, but if I don't know, then I'd probably go in.
So after a little while, you guys do hear the creaking of a door opening.
Panic for 1 second until I see Rohan's glow.
Yeah.
Oh.
Amazing.
God, Streak's learned so much about magic. I see a glow and I know it's my good invisible friend.
As opposed to his bad invisible friend?
Yes.
It's only a matter of time.
Listen, Streak has a
One of
lot
these
of
days
invisible friends.
One of these days, someone invisible is going to show up, and they're going to drop the invisibility, and it's just going to be Streak again, and he's just going to be like, "No."
I just heard a fire detector, a fire alarm.
Yeah, someone is changing.
Oh
right
my
now.
God, it's happening! The saga is almost over.
Yes.
All right. Anyway, so you make your way in. No one else is here in the records room.
I will whisper.
I mean, presumably he would be able to see me looking through files.
Yeah, aren't there like papers moving?
Like, I guess the ones that you
Yeah,
haven't
while
picked
you're
up.
holding them, they go invisible. Actually, so
Yeah. But I could probably
But
see
there
the
would
cabinets
be
open
something
still.
like open.
yeah. It looks like someone was in here and working on stuff and then left.
Okay. I think I will. Yeah, I'll like whisper hello. Just like, are y'all here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking for? I'm gonna start
Just
thumbing
trying to
through.
find any of these names, and I will. You know, I probably should have scrolled to this part in my back. Them handy. I'll just copy. Quick. I said real quick, and it's not happening real quick. Hold on.
Okay. Hey, no rush.
As we all sit in waiting with bated breath.
Alex IRL rolled badly on administer.
The worst part is I could have offered to help her. I'm really amused watching her slowly highlight each of these names to copy and paste it.
Shut up.
Assuming I'm gonna be rolling int administer, can I roll int administer?
I don't want to take the spotlight away from Alex right now.
Shut up. Okay, this is the last one. Me. There you go.
Oh my God!
Wow, you did it. Okay.
Alright, so she lists off the names Sarah Alcroft, Victor Senstro, Archibald, also known as Archie, Rosalind Fair, Jasper Bellery, and Alphonse Tremors Tremaro.
Okay. I will start looking through the papers, seeing if I can find any mention of those names.
Give me an int administer.
I believe, that it was the first two who specifically she knew, worked for Deal. Or had worked with them.
Feels so good to roll well and administer.
Oh my God. Your hunt bears fruit, not because of what you find, but because of the evidence of where to find it. It seems that Victor Senstro is not here in the client paperwork, but is mentioned a couple of times in margins as an investigator for Deal.
Oh boy. Okay.
Seems like he works for them directly.
Yeah.
And apparently had on a number of jobs partnered up with Sarah Allcroft.
Okay. Interesting. I think I'll like quietly fill Mira in that there's another room where the employee records are kept, and we'll probably have to go check there because it looks like Victor and Sarah, at least Victor was an employee, possibly Sarah too.
Let's do it.
Yeah. I think we sneak down to the
Down the hall to employee records.
Yep.
All right, you guys are probably at like an hour and a half, closing out 2 hours total at this point. So,
Okay.
yeah.
It does last for 3 hours.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know so that you know how long it's been. I don't want you jumping on you and be like, it's been 3 hours, you're getting out. Like, I want you
fair
making
enough.
informed decisions. So,
Amazing. Okay.
yeah, you guys make your way down to employee records, and you continue the hunt. Were you cleaning up after yourselves, by the way?
Yes. Definitely.
All right. The value of time, spending more time cleaning up and putting everything back where you found it, or just so it looks like it was put away?
I think Streak was probably helping with the cleaning up, so it's just put away, not where it was.
Yeah. I think, like,
It's
I think it's
fine.
not-
We're leaving soon.
There's a bookkeeper
exactly.
who is going to cast a fucking godly demonic deal just to
Oh
make
my
Streak burn in
God.
hell for eternity for disorganizing all of this.
He can get in line.
It's not gonna know it's Streak. It just be whoever did this.
Yeah, it's just like whoever did this needs to burn in hell forever. Anyway, so you make your way down and the hunt continues. Rowan, you find that apparently Sarah Allcroft was hired for a couple of years as Victor Senstro's partner. It seems like they, for the most part, were paid to go out and investigate businesses that were associated with Deal, or that Deal had loaned money to, that were outside of the country, essentially outside of Vrayland's borders, which, it's not illegal or anything, but reading between the lines with Deal's other things, there was probably, like, they were definitely someone who would be pointing a certain division of the company in someone's direction. But it seems like about a year ago, Sarah Allcroft had retired and apparently had an offer. Like, the last mention is that she had an offer that she wasn't going to turn down at another job somewhere.
It doesn't say the job or anything.
No, it doesn't seem like they did exit interview.
Okay.
Now, regarding Victor Senstro, he still seems to be working here. His last job was apparently investigating a charter boat captain. Let me 1 second here. I do not have his name in my notes for Mira. They must be in my quick notes. 1 second. Let me tab on over. Oh god, I have so many image references I have to go through.
That's your own fault.
It really is. It makes my... I need to, like, have, like, more... I need to reorganize my notes. So it looks like the charter boat in question needed significant repairs, and they came to Deal for those, and they have been in debt for a number of years, and they have stopped paying. But it is apparently the Sea Whisper with Captain Bramley. I will spell that for you.
Okay. And does it say when Victor was like when he started this investigation into them?
It seems like it was last week.
Okay.
And he essentially is being paid to get hired on as help for the ship to find out exactly where the fuck all the coin is going, first and foremost.
Yeah.
So he is doing some undercover investigation.
Okay.
The expectation is that they would be in and out of port. I'm sorry, you're relaying all this to Garett?
Yes.
Garett, you spoke to someone regarding the Sea Whisper about an hour ago when you were looking to see if maybe that was a ship that Molly and Cassie came in on.
Huh. Interesting.
It's in
It wasn't
port.
the ship that they came on, but it's in port,
Yeah.
and there appears to be an issue with money disappearing. Something to keep in mind. I will forward that information to Rohan that, hey, this ship is here, and it's not the ship that Molly and Cassie came in on. But it's here.
Okay. Fascinating. Okay. I guess I'll ask Mira, like, having figured this out, do we know where the ship is? Is there anything we want Garett to look into, or do we just want to go check it out ourselves, or I don't know.
Well, I mean, if this guy is looking into the ship, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be there, right?
Yeah, but it does sound like he got hired on as help for the ship. So,
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. Sure. We could go look over there, or I mean, it probably would get him to put his guard up if he saw Mira, so maybe if Garett and Frey could go confirm that he's there, that would be cool.
But I mean,
then-
how are they going to know? I assume he's not hired on under his name.
I mean, I
So,
could describe him.
Yeah, I guess that works.
When last
Or
you
at
saw
least
him...
describe him 10 years ago.
Yeah, when last you saw him, he was kind of like a thin guy with like a kind of like, no real sideburns, but like a beard that kind of came to a point that kind of started like mid-jaw, sunken in eyes. He was like 40s, maybe 50s, like he was kind of older.
Yeah, so like a 60-year-old dude.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I relay all of this. Actually, I'm just going to take the earring out and hand it to Mira so that she can speak directly to Garett, so that I assume he's going to have questions about, is this the guy or whatever, so...
let
like,
somebody
we don't
know
want
where
to-
they're right this second.
how does the earring work again? Like, what is the deal with it?
It's just always on.
Yeah, it's...
Alex, how are you
if
going to
you're
ask
wearing-
me that?
Well, it's different from before, so I'm double checking.
If you're wearing the earring, then it communicates all of your surface thoughts to whoever is wearing the other earring.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can we
Basically.
maybe not do this
Mira
planning in the
will
middle of deal?
decline.
Okay. Well, I mean, I agree that we shouldn't do this in deal, but also, like, we probably don't want to be whispering back and forth in deal either, but okay, that's fine. I guess do we have all the information we need? Are we going to leave?
I think so.
There's not anything else to find, yes, that as far as we can tell in the records that we've looked at. That was a question for Robert.
It seems like those are the only two with any direct mentions within the records.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I think we...
It seems like
Probably.
the strong lead is Vector Senstro, who you would believe to be, based on Garett's information and what you've found, probably in port now.
Yeah, okay. I think probably put everything away and head out of the building.
All right.
Yes.
All right, and that would about be the 3 hours for you guys.
Yeah.
Which, then brings me to both of you have spent a couple of hours, both groups now have spent a couple of hours just working on things. What is the plan? Spells fading away? Things being dealt with?
I am immediately going to cast True Disguise because Street can't be out and about as himself. So I guess I'm going to make us blades because that's, I think, where we're going to end up going in.
Yeah, I gotta try and find a body.
Yeah. So I think I'll make the three of us nondescript blades.
All right. The enforcers, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. Garett, Frey, what are you two doing?
do we want to go check in on Hoslo, or do we want to take a look at this ship and see if we can find this guy that Mira was looking for?
Well, while we're down, assuming we haven't left the docks yet at this point, then checking out the ship would be
The most, yeah, okay. I wasn't
Yeah.
sure if we had left the docks at this point or not.
No, I figure, you know, you guys spent a couple hours asking around, getting all this information, dealing with stuff, so.
Okay, yeah. So then let's go see what we can find about this guy here.
So, who is it again that we're looking for? Sorry, I had checked out for a moment and was up doing my grocery list for the week.
Victor, French name.
Victor Senstro.
Okay.
So, on the ship.
And what relation do they have with Mira?
He was one of the guys who was on the team who they went to go scavenge at the keep.
Riverstone Keep.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Now, I guess the question is, how do we approach this? Obviously, we're looking for him to see if we can find out what happened to him, or if he has any information about what the heck, why he left.
She just
Mira
wants her
whatever
dad's
behind.
stuff back.
Right,
mostly.
and if we can find out what happened to her dad's stuff, but how do we approach this? Like, why do we tell him we're looking for him? Do we just be like, oh, hey, we know Mira, who you conked on the back of the head and left for dead in this dungeon like 10 years ago. Where's her dad's shit? Or do we like...
I think mostly just confirm whether he's there or not at first.
Okay.
Is that what happened?
And then we can figure out what the plan is.
Nigerian prince scam?
Yeah, do we just like Nigerian prince scam this guy?
So, you head over to the Sea Whisper.
Sorry, Ricklorian prince. Ricklorian prince.
Wait, clarification. Was that Garrett making a joke, or do we know that that's what happened to Mira? Did they, like, beat her up and leave her for dead? On purpose?
All we know is they left her for dead. I mean, I don't know
Okay.
exactly, like, what happened there, but that was, like,
Okay,
yeah.
fair enough.
I think she relayed that she was not 100% sure what happened.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
All right. So, you two, Frey and Garrett, make your way back to the Sea Whisper, where there are it smells heavily of fish. There is somebody who looks like they are cleaning and gutting fish right now, and just kind of like throwing the guts overboard. There's a lot of that, chaotic... Oh, I can bring this back. That's good. There's a lot of that chaotic sound of just seagulls all over the place, just darting down and grabbing these guts out of the water, fighting random fish down there for them and things like that. And, yeah, they don't seem to be paying you any mind as you approach.
Alright, so I'm gonna ask Frey, what play do you want to make on this here? Why are we approaching them? Obviously, we're looking for this guy, but like, I mean, I guess we could just ask, like, oh, hey, is so and so around? We have, we've got to make a deal with him.
Yeah. Start by dropping his name, and we can take it from there.
Right. Victor Senstro. Okay. I guess we'll walk on over to the ship.
All right,
I mean, did it sound like he would be in disguise from what we read? No?
It was slightly ambivalent. He seems to be just, undercover in the sense that, like, the last plan was he would get a job working for this guy and find out where all the monies went.
Okay.
Did he have any, like, identifiable features? Identifying marks?
I mean, we have a ballpark age, and
Yeah.
what he did his beard like 10 years ago. Other than that, is there anything?
Kind of like thin and stringy type, like very much like, he didn't look malnourished, but he had that kind of vibe of like, somebody who, like, very obviously is very thin and just, yeah, like, thin and stringy. It's the best way I can describe him.
Okay,
Average-ish
so no
height.
identifying features.
No, he doesn't have, like, a noticeable scar or a missing finger or anything like that.
I see.
Okay, well, Frey will go up to this guy, who they spotted working there, and he'll just say, good afternoon. Is Mr. Sunchurl around?
Mr. Roo?
I believe he also goes by Victor.
Oh, you mean Vicky?
Oh, yeah, that's the one.
Oh, yeah, let me go get him. I think he's below deck. Might be napping. It's a bit hot out today, all things considered. One moment. And he heads down.
Some little kid. What do we do with Vicky? Some little kid. Cabin boy Vicky.
And you, a moment later, you see this gentleman kind of maybe early 60s, maybe mid 60s, like very heavily, like, sun-damaged skin, very wrinkly, scraggly gray-white beard, very balding gray-white hair. He looks kind of like a mess, like very thin, and he just, like, gives you this look and just, oh yes, what do I owe the pleasure this beautiful afternoon?
I will do
I
my
know
best
you.
to take a mental picture of him and send it to Rohan and be like, hey, can you ask Mira if this is the guy?
Is that a thing you can do? Can you send images? I mean, I
If
guess
you
I
think
will.
We've
really
done this
hard, like,
before.
you can, yeah.
Okay.
Done it before,
You can-
like,
you
or
can-
at least
Yeah, a very good description based on what your thoughts. And that's
Okay,
just a matter of
I mean-
how well those can be described by Rowan.
yeah.
I mean, I guess I will do my best and try to ask Mira
Kind of
if this is the right person.
definitely could be, like, you know, a decade of sun damage and, you know, bad aging and a lot of drinking could definitely do that.
Yes. We have a bit of a mutual acquaintance whom we made a bit of a deal with, if you will. They
What
asked
the
us.
fuck are you all about? Just spit it out.
They asked us to check out this keep outside of. Oh my gosh, what's the name of the town again? Outside of
Riverstone.
Dallaford, over by Dallaford and Oakham. I think it was, what was it? Riverstone Keep, was it? And I look over at Frey.
Yep, that was it. Riverstone Keep.
They said they had sent a team in earlier, and you were on that team to ask you for any advice before heading over there.
What the fuck? What do you mean, Riverstone Keep? Advice. At this point, he, like, has climbed completely over the gangplank and over, so he's, like, standing very close to you. He smells like he hasn't, like, cleaned himself in probably 2 or 3 weeks. He just looks like a mess. And you can tell now that he's, like, standing up straight that, like, even though he's, like, really thin, he's also got, like, a really big beer belly and just, like... What are you talking about with Riverstone?
I'm sorry, sorry, very rude of us. How about we sit? Could we buy you a drink? I haven't had lunch yet.
No, I'd like to go the fuck back to sleep, honestly. I was having a lovely dream, and neither of you are. So what exactly... please, just... And at this point, he, like, starts using his hands to speak. If you could be so kind as to just very quickly explain what the fuck you want about Riverstone Keep. Who sent
Fine.
you? Speak plainly.
Deal said they sent you on a job to the keep.
Yes, it was fucking 15, 20 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, they're sending us back. They said, something about the original job getting botched or whatever. So they're sending us back out to redo it.
Oh, fuck me. Why? What happened?
They didn't fill us in on everything.
What are they
so
sending you out
told us
there to do exactly? What is the original job that got botched? Because I wasn't under the assumption that it was I was there to make sure investment was good, but it wasn't exactly a deal job, so what the fuck happened?
You tell us. All they said was we had to clean up afterwards.
It's been so fucking long. What do you mean, clean up?
There were some loose ends. A certain individual may not have returned, but all of a sudden, they're hearing things about this person.
What the fuck?
Might have turned up.
Alright, so what exactly is it you need from me then? I didn't honestly do much on that job. I was there in case there was some bad locks or some such, and
Tell us what happened.
Oh, we added in. We got some things on Alcroft's orders. We got a lot of things. Didn't much question it, and then aired it out. I'm sorry, what? What are you going back there to do exactly?
Sorry, Rohan was trying to ask over the earring. What was he trying to ask?
Can you ask if we can, if he knows where Alcroft is now?
Do you know where Alcroft is now?
Oh, that fucking
Straight up
bitch. Oh, that fucking bitch. Cut me loose as soon as I got her into fucking deal. I'll fucking talk about Alcroft. I got her into deal. I got her a damn good job. She fucking hardly ever left an office. She had a fucking office. They didn't give me an office in fucking 3 decades of work. They gave her a fucking office, and she still fucking left, and they still wouldn't give it to me. You want to talk about fucking opportunist? I'd fucking slit her throat right now if I saw her. Of course I can't.
Because you haven't seen her, right?
Oh, no, I know exactly where she fucking is.
Oh, alright, where is she?
Oh, she got a job with them fucking new assholes, them Soldiers of the Blue.
Soldiers of the Blue?
Stayed cagey about it for so fucking long. Finally heard something down the grapevine a couple weeks back about this new fucking soldier setting up this new military mercenary force, some shit. And of course her name pops up just like it does with everything on the fucking upswing, and then she gets done sucking it dry like the fucking bitch that she is, and like a fucking mosquito before it gets slapped to death, she just fucking gets away. Bleeds.
What do you think about these? What do you think about these Soldiers of the Blue? Do you think they're?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know? You don't
Well,
think...
coin that I can't fucking get into. Do I look like much of a fucking fighter? They're all raw about that bullshit.
True. I don't know. It just seems to me that maybe it's a little too good to be true what's going on there, but what it is. Well, thank you for your time. Unless is there anything else you wished to ask, Frey?
No, I think that just about covers it.
Alright, well, we'll,
Look, I'll say this. He kind of, like, looks to you. It's not fucking worth it. Whatever the fuck's going on at that fucking keep, it ain't worth it.
run into something crazy there? Some kind of... I don't know, magic,
some
whatever.
shit going on there.
Yeah.
Place was taken during the Black Sun, and still ain't worth going there. I'd imagine no one else has been there since, so it's probably still just as much of a shithole.
Well,
You can do better.
definitely think about it, but we'll have to get a little more information. Maybe Sarah will give us what we need to know, and hope maybe won't need to go out there. So if she was in charge, maybe she knows what we're looking for.
He just kind of gives a shrug. Oh, come on. You find her fucking... Give her a goddamn slice of the throat for me. That's all that fucking bitch deserves. And he, like, bitterly just walks away, like, stumbles over the gangplank and begins to head below deck on the ship again.
What a charmer.
So I'll, I will think about it and let Rohan know that, hey, we might have a lead on Sarah Allcroft. Senstrow doesn't know Jack. Allcroft looks like she's with the Soldiers of the Blue.
Well, she was supposed to be the ringleader back then, so
That's what Senstrow was saying.
yeah.
You say through ear-ring communication.
Yes, correct. I am relaying on both ends. Yeah, okay, well, I guess you guys are, if we all want to go, well, actually, no. We have to still go look for Kristof's body, so if you guys want to go do Hoslo, then maybe you can figure out about Allcroft at the same time.
Alright, sounds like a plan. I will relay that to Frey, what Rohan said.
All right. So I wasn't lying about lunch.
Yeah, actually, that sounds pretty good. Why don't we go somewhere that doesn't smell of fish first? And
Oh, yes. Last opportunity we might have.
yes, and
For a
just
while.
this is what the ship's gonna smell like all the way to Milo Harbor, by the way.
Ugh.
So you're gonna want to get used to that.
Yes. I'll try not to. But yeah, so we're gonna go find some lunch before we go meet up with Oslo.
Alright, so as you go to find lunch before meeting up with Hoslo, the rest of you are...
Finding whatever morgue we think Kristof might be
Dead body hunting.
Yeah.
Alright. So, while you do some dead body hunting, we are going to go ahead and take a quick break. The gang makes a decision. Oh, that, you know what? I can do a bit with that. That's public domain music.
Yep.
I can do a fucking bit with that. So, it is time for a nice lunch for Garrett and Frey. Is there somewhere specific you wish to go, or was the only goal anywhere that's not seafood?
Frey doesn't mind seafood. He just doesn't want the place to smell like fish.
Well, if you're eating on the docks, it's gonna smell like fish.
Yeah, we're moving away from the docks. Maybe someplace on the way to where Hoslo is.
Alright, let's see what we got in the Darien Plaza.
Which, by the way, wasn't that just where everyone else was? Because if they were by Deal headquarters, isn't that like the big plaza? And isn't that also going to be where?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay.
You'll probably have to do a little bit of asking to figure out where like Hoslo's current temporary office is or something like that, but, you know.
Yeah. So wait, so if they're all there already, why are we looking for Hoslo? No, it's fine. We can go look for Hoslo. I was just...
I wanted to get you guys' lunch in first.
True. But yeah, no, we can go look for Hoslo.
So, the most simple place that you could eat that's not going to be seafood related is probably going to be the Tide's Respite, which is a small eatery and tavern that's just on a side road. It looks like a converted home in the I can't remember, westernmost reaches, like the southwesternmost reaches of the Darien Plaza. It's not large, it's simple. It has maybe a dozen tables total if you, like, that could fit 2 people each to them. If you pushed them together, it could fit maybe 8 total tables.
I mean, that sounds good to me, unless Frey wants something a little nicer.
This looks cozy.
Cozy is good.
And as you kind of arrive inside, the door is currently propped open on account of the cool breeze, even though it is a hotter day for the time of year. And there's just this little, like, half curtain that is mostly drawn. When I say half, it doesn't reach the floor. It reaches about to, like, your thigh or knees if you're taller. And it's kind of drawn half up, like the wind blew it away from where it was tied off. And you head in, and you see this woman, maybe 20s, maybe early 30s, big smile, kind of short auburn hair, and she just, "Hi, welcome to the Respite. To what do I owe the pleasure to be making your acquaintance today for the lovely couple?"
Oh no, just 2 friends sitting down for lunch.
5 feet apart because they're not gay.
2 friends sitting down for lunch. Sounds good, sounds good. So, our special today, we do have a very, very fine... We've got, it's, how do you feel about poultry? Are you big on bird?
Sure, I'm fine with chicken or duck or quail or, poultry.
You're on the gamut. You found it on the 3rd. We got some herb-encrusted quail. Feel like we're looking to split it. We could get you just 1. Gonna run you too high up there if you're looking for something that feels good. It's nice and fresh. Owner/Seth, good old Barty. He's handling all of it in the back today. Bit slow. She just kind of, like, at this point has you guys sitting down, and gonna be drinks today. Drinks.
Sure, why not?
Yes,
We're looking for ale, beer, brandy.
Love a beer.
Brandy is very high end, by the way. Like,
why not? I'll have one too.
all right. Couple tankards of beer. We'll get that started for you, and you are going to do the quail then?
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
All right. And a little while later, she produces 2 very nice, kind of earthy, like, very, like, thick, like, bright brown beers. And nice, clean tankards, which is, given some of the places you guys have dined at, this is probably a bit of an improvement over when you first arrived in town. It's a very, like, oh boy, it's pretty strong. It's like I said, it's like a bright, like, almost like a walnut brown to it. It's refreshing given some of the things that you've been eating and drinking lately, and a little while later, you're produced with a full herb-encrusted quail. Along with it is what seems to be slices of warm apple with sugar sprinkled on it.
Ooh. Apple and sugar. Can't go wrong with that, so...
And it is on a bed of what seems to be some sliced lettuce, and there are slices of tomato as well around the side. So You do have just a little bit of everything, and there's everything is well and freshly salted after being placed. And yeah, is there anything? And she just kind of gives you that. Is there anything else that Old Green can get for you today? This is gonna be good.
I'm
Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
I'm fine
go
with
ahead.
this. I was just gonna say I'm fine with this, and if you're good, we're good. Thank you.
Yeah, everything looks delicious.
All right, and yeah, as you guys kind of finish up eating, spend the next. I assume you're in no hurry at this point.
No.
You have a nice plate with the quail and everything, slices of apple to chase it down with. Everything looks... It's not the greatest thing in the world, but it's good food. It seems fairly simple, but it's well made, well prepared. It's good food.
Rohan's gonna be getting good food vibes through the earring.
I'm imagining on the other end we're looking at Kristof's corpse right now. It's like,
Oh, well.
He's just gonna like, this is oh wow, that's yeah. Delicious.
Let's see what they are doing. So you guys are on the hunt to find out what the fuck happened with, who is leading the charge to find out what happened with, Kristof's corpse?
I think that's Streak.
I mean, this is going to require talking to people. Because I'm assuming that you guys... What?
I could?
Okay. Essentially
Yeah.
trying to
Although,
find out
honestly-
if there's evidence of what happened after.
Yeah, I think Rohan is good at tricking, but not at lying, you know? So.
You think Mira is good at lying?
No,
You
but
got us
Mira's
into the-
charming.
You got us into the last police station fine.
I guess so. I'll let Mira take the lead, and then I can back her up if needed.
All right, so I will ask, what kind of assistance will Rowan and Shrieg be providing as Mira goes on the hunt? She's going to be asking around, seeing if anyone heard anything about what happened with the, I assume anyway, correct me if I'm wrong, but given you have nothing to go on, just looking for any evidence of what happened to the burning man in the middle of the night.
I feel like I should have some knowledge of what happens to bodies in towns.
That is a good point.
Generally, if
not
they're
here.
burnt, like, if it's someone prolific, they may be taken to, a morgue temporarily before being either interred somewhere or, have the body burnt on a big pyre, depending on what have you. But generally speaking, in that case, Shrieg, go ahead and give me a int no for your assistance.
Good at that.
I really don't.
Nope.
All right, Rowan, how are you helping Mira?
Good question. I feel like I'm mostly just there to back Mira's play. Like, if Mira's trying to get information, and I think I'm just kind of like filling in gaps in her story or whatever. Just kind of like, oh yeah, this is why we're interested or whatever.
All right, give me a charisma convince.
Okay.
All right, Mira, you can give me a charisma connect at a +1.
Okay.
Rowan is really covering any holes in the story here. He's doing a great job of that. Well... Hey, I mean, a 6. That's a DC to hit.
Mira is not looking forward to looking at dead bodies.
So, trying to find out where this body could have been taken, you find out that apparently there was a covered cage sometime very early in the morning, like pre-sunrise, that came through heading towards the Ardenford University, or at least in that direction. And it was done so with a number of Blade enforcers clearing the streets and very aggressively, like, shoving people away if they tried to investigate.
Okay.
And then, like, once you get to asking around continually, it seems whatever happened, it was kept under wraps, quite literally. And then at the university, they were treated very similarly, including some of the staff. But it seems like whatever happened to Mr. Kristof's crispy corpse, somewhere at the university would be where the trail grows cold.
Is there like a... Okay, thinking out loud, I'm thinking that this was an arcane weapon. I imagine people might want to know information about it and about its effects on people. Maybe, obviously there are like mages and stuff here, I'm pretty sure, because Toussaint was like trying to recruit mages and stuff for the Soldiers of the Blue and for his special projects. So I think there might be some kind of like arcane research facility or whatever, like somewhere where a mage might take something like this to try to find out more information about it.
You don't even need to roll to know that the chances of there being some sort of arcane research at a foremost university like this is almost definitely a guarantee.
Okay. I think... Yeah, I guess if people don't know where Kristof's body is, maybe I'll ask if we can find out, if somebody can point us towards that and say that we're looking to speak to some experts or something, you know, like experts in arcane phenomenon, so that we can get some information about a case that we're looking into and stuff.
All right, give me a charisma convince.
Okay. Not bad.
All right, after a little while of asking around, you are told that there is an alchemist, a professor who teaches alchemy. He seems to have some level of aptitude himself. Alchemy versus chemistry obviously being the arcane element. Who is finishing up teaching a class, and if you wait around, will probably be out in the next half hour or so.
Okay.
But, like, it gets to the point where people are, like, getting really fucking annoyed about you guys hanging out. You get that feeling that, like, not a lot of people kind of just hang out around here. Even Blades, like, they're probably not seen in the best light all the time here at Ardenford.
Sure. Do they tell us where where his lab is, or his office is? Or do they just...
Oh, they mentioned, like, the general idea, like, the wing where it would be, but they were, like... They gave you that kind of vibe of, like, look, he's finishing up a class, don't fucking bother him. He'll be out afterwards. I'm sure you can talk to him for a little while.
Okay. I don't know, what do you guys think? I feel like that's probably... I don't know, where I would think somebody would take a corpse like this. Do we want to go check out his office? Do we think it's useful to talk to him? Or do we think this is a dead end?
Might as well talk to him.
Okay.
Don't think we'll get very far trying to find his office if we have no idea where it is.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, yeah. I guess we can straight up ask, like... I guess we don't maybe don't want to ask about the body? Do we just want to ask about the lantern and gauge if he has seen the body? I don't know. I feel like it's a little weird. I feel like maybe it's weird to like show up and be like, "Hey, have you seen the body that was brought here today?" Like
the
could
body
say
that
that
our people
experiments on
brought.
Yeah.
Could say
do
that
people-
we're looking at like something that might be connected to it.
Yeah. But
We're
I mean,
looking-
like, would we have to? But like, even if we were, would we have to ask them? Like, ask him, did they bring the body here? Or like, are you looking at it? Wouldn't they hypothetically tell us? Like the
Just be like,
other.
hey, have you finished that
Yeah, we should just assume that he did.
autopsy yet?
Yeah.
And then if
Okay.
he isn't, just be like, they told us it was you. Who is it then?
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
if it's not
cool.
you, who could it be?
Okay, let's do that. Cool. This is like the conversation we're quietly having while we wait for this
While
class
waiting,
to let
yeah.
up. Yeah.
Mm.
And getting delicious food thoughts sent your way.
Great. In real life, I'm really hungry.
And as you kind of wait, a little while goes by, and eventually you do see quite a few people, maybe in their teens up to 20s, heading out of the building. And about 10 minutes later, you see this gentleman with this very large hat, like very large, just kind of fancy, fluffy hat, kind of a big gray beard and mustache, wearing these very nice brown clothing, like brown suit. Carrying a few books with him, and he's just kind of making his way and begins heading down the path through the courtyard, heading directly past the benches that you guys are waiting at.
I'll like glance at Mira, see if she wants to talk, or I can.
She sort of motions like, go ahead. She seems a bit
Great.
intimidated.
Great. I will stand up and say, excuse me, sir. We are obviously with the Blades. We wanted to find out if you had finished the autopsy yet.
Autopsy? What autopsy? You?
Oh, we were told that it was you. I guess maybe it was.
I'm sorry.
somebody
Who
else
who do you think that I am?
I believe you're the alchemist, the professor who was just teaching this class, correct?
Yes, there are a few alchemy professors here at the university.
gotcha.
Who were you looking for?
What was the name again? Do I like glance back at Streak and Mira?
I pretend to be searching my pockets for a piece of paper.
Searching your pockets for the
Streak
name.
Yeah.
Streak just shrugs and says, they just said the alchemy professor? They don't tell us shit, man.
Yeah. Maybe you can point us in the direction of the others if
What exactly are you? I'm Professor Campo, alchemical experimentation specifically. What is this body that you're talking about?
I'm not sure if we can say if you're not familiar with it yourself. Do you? There was a person who was a victim of an arcane attack, and we are trying to find out some more information about how the attack was committed and sort of the mechanism of all of that. But if it sounds
there
like...
were no bodies brought in today, especially not when we have bodies brought in, we are not talking about bodies. We're talking about a potential to learn something new. Look,
Yes.
I do not think that you are going to find whatever it is you are And, like, he just kind of, like, glances back over his shoulder, like, looking for an excuse to leave the conversation right now. I think perhaps you have been given false information, that there is nothing here that is going to be able to assist you in your endeavors at whatever this is. You may wish to speak with your superiors at the enforcer's office and let them know that...
Can I gauge, is he looking for an excuse to, like, get out of the conversation because he's, like, annoyed? Or is he, like, being shifty?
Give me a wisdom into it. He's nervous.
Okay.
That's the vibe of someone who is nervous.
I think I will say, like, well, that's fair. We definitely will speak to our supervisor if it seems like maybe we were given bad information. But just to make sure, you know, we said body, but without giving too much away, the state that this person may have been brought to you in, or to whoever was looking at this arcane effect, they might not be a body per se at this point, or there might not be a body at this point. Are you sure there's nothing that you are aware of somebody looking into, some artifact or some
Look, sometimes we do work for yourselves, the Sacred Blade Industries, but I assure you that we have not been dealing with any sorts of bodies, any sort of calamitous death of late.
There wasn't anything that came in today to look at?
There was something, but we were all ordered to clear out the research laboratory.
And do you know who was in the research laboratory? Who was actually...
Members of your company, the Sacred Blades. They had...
Okay.
We were not allowed in the research laboratory until... an hour ago, maybe? I had to... All of my notes, experiments, they were all ruined, so I do not know what is going on, but I assure you, you probably know more than me, and whatever it is you're trying to find out. It seems like one of your supervisors, or captain or some such, has probably sent you on a fuckery chase.
Yeah, they have definitely been playing this one close to the chest. We're looking into sort of a related matter, but I guess they don't want to answer questions, and they just sent us somewhere to someone else that would be able to tell us a no instead of them having to do it. So, okay, well, thank you for your help. And just out of curiosity, where is your lab? Just, I'm trying to figure out if anybody else might have had some information about who came through and who was looking. Not to go into your lab.
Look, our lab is deep within, and there is... If you're trying to get in there, you will need to speak with your superiors. We do not... our security here will not let anyone in without some sort of very important reasoning. We have very important and dangerous experiments going on there. You could walk in there and touch a vial and turn your hand into a tentacle or some such. You do not want to be in there, especially for something so mundane as whatever it is you are looking for. You do understand?
Sure, I understand.
You could touch something and rub a powder on your arm, and then your arm would grow eyes. This is the sort of dangers that could lurk in this laboratory, and though you are not allowed in there.
Okay, that seems pretty interesting. Sure, that's fine. Thank you for your help. We'll leave you to the rest of your day.
I must be going. I have
Sure.
much to deal with before my next class.
Sure. Thank you.
And he
I
quickly
give him a nod and walk away. Yeah.
He picks up his pace and does look back over his shoulder at you guys, like, with a mixture of annoyance and, like, nervousness.
Is he walking back to the classroom?
No,
or...
he's continuing the way he went.
Okay.
Or the way he was going.
Can I... do I get a sense of, like, where, like, let's say I didn't want to follow him, but I wanted to go to where it seems like he is headed, like maybe, like, not cut him off, but you know, sort of
follow
get
him?
there in a different route. Yeah, like, follow him, but without being behind him.
He seems like he's headed to the main hall, like, the main entryway of Ardenford.
Okay.
Like, he left, like, the east wing and, like, was heading towards the main one through the courtyard.
Okay. I feel like I have to act quickly here, so I'm gonna, like, duck behind a wall or, like, a tree or whatever is closest by, something that will, like, obscure me from vision, and I'm gonna glamour myself to look completely different, like, I guess look like, I don't know, maybe what... do the students here have uniforms, or is it, like...
No, they don't seem to have uniforms.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'll just make myself look as, like, student-aged and sort of, like, unassuming as possible, and just kind of head towards where he's going. Maybe not right behind him, but, like, try to make it seem like I'm approaching from a different direction or something.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it seems like everyone here just, like, the requirement is just, like, dress nice. There's no, like, uniform or anything.
Okay, yeah, I think just something that won't stick out. Something that is, like,
Right.
you know, in Ocean's 11 when they're like, oh, you gotta be, like not memorable, but, like, whatever.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what I'm going
Okay,
for.
so what are the other two doing? Just watching this?
I guess. I mean, we can't change what we look like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
can
guess
take off
we're
clothes,
just-
I guess, but you don't have other clothes on, so...
And it seems like the Sacred Blade isn't really wanted here, so I guess we just start making our way out.
Yeah. Make our way out and wait.
Wait at,
I
like,
mean,
the
if there's something
courtyard
else you guys want to
gates.
check out, then you can, but, you know... That's, I feel like if I'm following this guy, then I have to move quickly, so I probably don't even really stop to, like, explain to you guys what I'm doing. Maybe I just, like, glance at you guys and then just, like, take off.
And as you start taking off, that's when you've got, like, Garrett, like, thinking about how delicious this herb-encrusted quail is.
Yeah. And in my head, I'm just thinking about tentacles with eyes on them. I feel like we're both ruining each other's day. Me thinking about tentacles with eyes while you eat the most delicious meal you've ever had. And vice versa.
God.
I'm just over here shaking my head going, oh, all right, whatever, and just go back to eating. It's not the worst things Garrett's seen.
So, with that, you follow back towards, and you can see where he heads into the main lobby, and one of the receptionists he speaks to for a moment, and, like, points out in the general direction, like, out one of the windows towards a series of benches where you were sitting near a tree.
Row.
They give him a nod and stand up, and then he goes off, and then they start to head back to a back room behind the reception area, while he starts to head off to the left.
Are they both looking away from me right now?
Yeah.
Can I tell if I go to the left, is it just, like, a straight shot hallway? Like, if he looks over his shoulder, is he gonna see me?
Yeah, he's heading down, like it's the main hall. Like, this is where, like, the main entry path, like, it's going to turn into, like, you know, the common area type of thing.
Okay. I guess I'll follow him for a little bit at least. Like, if I get to somewhere that's, like, a restricted area, then I will reassess.
So you follow down, and he heads to the first intersection, which seems to be a couple of like dorm, like classrooms that have, like, very small classrooms, Could fit no more than like a dozen people in them. And then heads down to the next one. You see that there is a open door with like a large lecture hall on your right, on the north side. And past that, getting to the next major intersection on the hallway, you can see that he goes past a door that has two guards, two people standing guard. Both of them seem to be Sacred Blade enforcers, or at least Sacred Blade affiliated, based on the sigil on their they've got like a breast pocket display that has like a bronze or brass sigil of the Sacred Blade Industries. And they kind of nod and let him past.
I will duck into the lecture hall and just sit down for a minute, just to like make it seem like clearly this is where I was heading the whole time.
Okay.
And just kind of hang out for a few minutes, and then when it seems not too suspicious, I will walk back out and head back outside, because I don't think I'm gonna try to make it past these guys right now. So.
All right. The lecture, for those couple of minutes that you were in there, seems to be on understanding and harnessing the basics of mana.
Oh, I'll stay for a long time then.
It seems like
this is Rohan. Like truly, he went in to stay there for a minute, and then he just gets like really invested.
Yeah, this woman is explaining. When I say it's a lecture hall, I mean there's probably 140, 150 people here.
Damn. All right.
And there's a woman down at the bottom, and she is just explaining how, like, the basics of, you know, even though you can't find it, it can be melded, it can be worked with, and that even though it's not understood how mana comes to be, there is a intrinsic value to it, the ability to enhance aptitude, that it is truly a unique resource that is without compare to anything else found, man-made or nature. And eventually it goes into detail. She goes into detail about, well, how long are you staying?
How long does it seem like this is gonna last?
It seems like the lecture probably started in the last half hour, and it's gonna be a while, probably. It's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a while.
I mean, they're fine, right? They're fine outside. I'm gonna stay.
All right.
I feel like I could make a lot of money if this goes well, so I'm like if I can get some interesting information here, then it could be a big deal. So I feel like I will stay for a little while.
She starts going into detail about finding mana, about how there is no hunting it, there is no farming or agriculture, there is no known way to, but, you know, it's very much like surface level on this lecture. It seems like they're probably early on in the semester or some such. But she does go into some detail about, like, explaining how certain people can practice, can learn, and eventually be able to harness mana. And that there are things that they can use it for beyond just enchanting items, beyond just creating arcane artifacts, where it can be used to literally empower a mage who is apt enough to use it. Like extending their abilities beyond normal capabilities.
Like permanently or like temporarily? Like
seems to be implying more temporarily.
Okay.
Okay. Rowan's smart. I think he can read between the lines and understand the mechanical description. It seems like there's the ability to, with enough mana, gain additional spell slots. Things like that.
Like in the same way that the mushrooms did? Or
yeah.
Like... Okay. So it's not like I would go from having 2 spell slots to 4. It's like I would get back the spell slots that I used, like, that day or whatever.
Yeah, or temporarily go from 2 to 4, maybe for one day or something like that.
Okay, gotcha.
That sort of thing. She seems to be explaining.
Mm-hmm. And can I get a sense, is this person, like like, obviously this is like an entry-level class. Can I tell if this person seems like a hyper-competent mage or something? Or is this just like somebody who, like an associate professor who's like teaching a one-on-one class? You know?
Give me an int into it.
Okay. I'm just trying to like get a sense of, I don't know, are there people here who might have the know-how to, like, let's say, extract mana or whatever, or like enchant stuff?
She definitely seems like a mage who knows about mana. She might not be like an incredibly powerful mage, but she seems to have a lot of training when it comes to mana. The way she kind of like, at one point she produces some, like she like gets a sliver and produces it, and you can see how she's able to kind of like, even though it's like this object that is so incredibly like, it's not a diamond or anything, but like it's still a hard material, and like she's able to just, while holding it in her hand, focus incant for a second and just be able to like meld it as if it's just like hot butter or something, just like meld it into different shapes. And she does so without a lot, with like a lot of ease. So it seems like there is a level of competency that she seems to have, or at least familiarity with mana as a concept.
Okay. If I'm still there when the class ends, I don't think I would stay past, like, I don't know. I'm assuming this is like maybe like a 90-minute lecture or something. If it's like, if I'm there for longer than an hour, then I'll probably leave at that point. But
oh yeah, it does, at the hour mark, it is still nowhere near done.
Okay, yeah, then I think I'll go. But I will. I don't know. I'll just make a note of like who she is, like her appearance and stuff, so that if I want to track her down again later, I can. But cool. I will head back to the others.
By the way, her name was Professor Dane.
Dane, like Taylor Dane?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. You gotta watch the Tig Notaro bit about Taylor Dane. That's fine. Anyway. Yes, okay. I get back to the others. And yeah. Hello, folks.
By the way, there you go. I got the spelling and her title, or at least the title that she seems to be teaching. You wouldn't really know if that's like her professor title or if that's just like the class that she's teaching, but it keeps coming up, Adaptations of Mana, and they call her Professor Dane.
Cool. Oh, amazing. Cool.
Meanwhile, let's go ahead and get back to Shopping Gang. I like that we split the party and then we were able to split the party that was already split. So you guys finish eating. The total for your lunch, if you had one, did you just have one nice beer?
Yeah.
Yeah. But actually, could we back up a little bit?
Yeah,
I
sure.
would like to have a conversation.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think like a little bit into the meal, he would look over at Garrett and say, I did have some thoughts, but I wonder if this might be an okay time to, and he kind of taps his ear to indicate Garrett's earring. If you might be okay with a more private conversation?
Yeah, sure. We can do that. So I'll take the earring out.
He gives a small smile at that. Thank you, Empire. I'm quite used to privacy and, well, things I want to ask about. I thought you might appreciate it as well. But how long has it been since you were home?
Oh gosh. Let's see. I left. When did I leave? Let's check my backstory. Let's see, what year is it currently?
1656.
6, and according to the backstory, I left in 1654, so it's been about 2 years. It's been about a year and a half, 2 years at this point, I would say.
Certainly a long time to be away from home. You mentioned earlier that there had been, you'd received word of trouble.
Yeah. Basically, I got a letter. We were on the way back, and I got a letter from my friend Dorian that there was an attack on. It wasn't just my family, but it was several families in the city that had been attacked, and a lot of people were injured or killed. I know she's alive, or she was at the time, as they said so in the letter. He was going to fill me in on the rest of it when he got to Leska, and I was supposed to wait for him there. But, like I said, he never showed up, so I don't even really know what's going on. I mean, we haven't heard any word that there's been a major, disturbance. No one's killed the Duchess or anything. We would have heard about that. But
Yes, I don't think I've heard any news from that direction either. Though, of course, my work was more centered around Alice here, but word travels.
right, there are some things that aren't quiet. Any major attack on a ruler, doesn't matter where they're the ruler of, would be big news. So, yeah.
But I know when we had first met, you had shared a bit of skepticism about what it is I do, but I just want you to know, Garrett, that if you want, maybe I could find something out. I could do a reading or more.
Yeah. I've seen more since then, and I know that you definitely have some power. The farther along that we get, with no word of Dorian, has me more and more worried, I will admit. Maybe right here isn't the right setting, but maybe tonight, assuming we don't run into any more incidents, but maybe tonight before we go to sleep, a reading probably wouldn't be amiss. I would appreciate that.
It can be a scary thing looking into those possibilities, but could at least help you figure out what to do next.
Yeah.
And maybe as to the question of your missing mentor, maybe I can at least glean if he'll appear sometime before we reach Artavista.
I think at this point I'm more worried for him. Not that I'm not worried about my wife, but she was safe. And well, you've seen what the roads can be like. He was traveling, so I am a bit more worried for him. But that would be nice to learn. But speaking of your powers, we've run into some interesting things here in this city. How are you doing? I know that you were disturbed by that Fisher. There was that dead body of that old, well, maybe not old, but that man who lived next door to the Garentines. That you said you felt his death.
I did. When I touched him, I did.
I didn't know that could happen. I thought you could get flashes of maybe, how they died or what happened, but I didn't realize that you would feel it as if it was yourself.
I didn't expect it either. This is all. I don't understand what any of this is really. I pretend to understand. It's easier that way. But I have no idea what's going on, and sometimes I run into these people who seem to know more about it than I do. That's
Like that guy at the Dragon Cave.
exactly him. And your new fisherman friend.
He knew something?
Yes, Captain Wallace. That was his name, right? Wallace?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, when I did that reading for him, or tried to, he seemed to understand something about me, but I don't know what it is, and it feels foolish, but I want to. Part of me thinks I should go back and get more from him.
You had a bad feeling about that place and about him, and I trust you when you say that something's not good. And sometimes just because someone knows more about something, it doesn't mean that even if they're willing to share, that they have the right mindset for you. Like, remember how we tried to rescue Cassie back in Alice here?
Yes, I remember. That all went very sideways.
Yeah, he was trying to help, quote unquote, Cassie, but I still don't think that was helping her for her own benefit. I think going to see him would put you in a similar situation.
You're probably right. But one thing I've learned over the years is sometimes you have to work with ugly people to find a way forward. Well, then again, I suppose sometimes you don't have a choice but to.
Well, I hope we're not the ugly people you have to work with.
He gives a laugh at that. Oh, no, you've nothing to worry about there. Somehow I think I've lucked out with my unexpected traveling companions. Frankly, I'm surprised you even allowed me to come with you after Alasir.
I think it was. I think it was the fact that you told us. I get the feeling that wasn't the first time that you may have done something like that, led someone into what could have been an ambush, and not judging you for that. I've lived many a person, or well, Umbrii, but they were kind of bandits or Umbrii, and into ambushes before. It's part of the job, but the fact that you told us, I think getting out of Alasir may have been good for you. Not just obviously because now you have the crime syndicate after you, but which I apologize for. But just the
You're
fact that,
apologizing for that.
well, it is our fault technically, but
I think in some ways it was an inevitability. You know what I do. You know how I have a way with words, but when people expect things of you, and you just raise their expectations higher and higher, there will come a day when you won't be able to meet them.
indeed.
And I've grown disenchanted with it over the years, but there's no. But no, never mind that. Never mind all of that. If I might ask one more favor, especially since it seems our time in the city is being cut rather short. Tomorrow, instead of in 3 days, tomorrow afternoon instead of tomorrow evening. Would you come with me tonight to go visit that young man in the slums, the one who had first, guided me to Wallace? I don't think I can help him the way he wants me to, but I can at least tell him a pretty lie. Set his mind at ease.
I don't think. I mean, I will go with you, but I don't think telling him a lie may be the best. Sometimes telling the truth, even if it can hurt, it would give him time to come to terms with it. That's just my opinion, but I'll back you whatever decision you make. He asked you for help, and it's your decision, so I will, whatever decision you make with that, I will back you. You're my friend.
He gives a smile at that. The way I see it, wrong with giving people a little hope instead of letting their misery hang over them.
That's true. That's true. That's true. At least if whatever end he meets is quick, he won't have seen it coming.
Frey gives a nod at that, but he's kind of pushing the remains of his quail around on his plate a bit. Right, as long as he doesn't see it coming. But I suppose I'll have the rest of the day to think about this. We
Indeed.
should probably wrap up here and see about finding Magnus a slightly safer job.
Yeah, speaking of Magnus, I don't know if you've noticed or not, but he does seem rather taken with you. I think he might be quite disappointed when you leave the city, but sometimes things are as they are.
Frey, can I ask, has Frey gotten definite Magnus has a thing for him vibes from Magnus, or is it just more like,
Or is this just the
just like, casual fondness, the buddy?
Give me a wisdom into it. Let's go. Let's let the dice decide if Frey's noticed or not.
Boy.
Yeah, he's not being very subtle. He's definitely got a thing for Frey.
Frey leans back in his chair, a distant smile on his lips. He certainly doesn't hide it very well. I'm afraid I'll have to break the poor man's heart. But that's not exactly anything new to me.
I'm sure, he's handsome in his own way. I'm sure he will find himself finding another in his own time. So I wouldn't worry too much about it, but
It's only ever a passing fancy. People don't know what they want. They only think they do.
you think that until you meet the right person.
Of course, that's silly of me. But to tell you, you have actually, in all this time we've spoken, you've never shared your wife's name.
Yes, I think that part of hoping that she is better and everything has been maybe not sharing as much about her, to not think or dwell on it, I guess. But her name's Vivian Viacourt.
Vivian Viacourt. Well, we finally arrive in Alta Vista. I look forward to meeting her.
I truly look forward to introducing her to all of you. I think she'll like everyone. I think she'll like you specifically, though. She's a very in touch with not just the arts, but all of that social stuff that I don't do quite as well at, but she's...
Oh, don't sell yourself short. You keep up quite well, Garrett. But I do look forward to your Vivian showing me about the Society of Alta Vista.
Yes, indeed. She can certainly do that. Let me tell you, she knows. We had the Duchess at our wedding. Garrett kind of leans in and whispers out a little bit, like, well, not like stage whispers, I guess is a good way to.
Frey echoes the movement, leaning in himself. He definitely, I think, spending enough time with him, you definitely notice he does this a lot. He mimics, the movement or gestures of the people he's talking with to, ingratiate himself to them more. But he has this awe-inspired grin on his face and says, with all those names you were dropping earlier, I wondered how high your family was.
It's tricky. It's minor nobility, I guess you could say, but it's not minor nobility. I think at last count, we would be somewhere roughly mid 30s in line for the throne. So obviously it would never reach us, but we're not exactly, well, she's not exactly new nobility.
Well, it's not always about who's sitting on the throne. Power, connections come in many forms, and if the Duchess attended your wedding, then clearly you have some pull there.
Yes, she was on the it had some grand name for it, but and essentially what it boiled down to when we met shortly after the Black Sun was over, she was in charge of basically by the Duchy of Artivistate Vacania, going around and cataloging all the works of art of the world, of the various lands, and seeing what has been lost and maybe what we've refound, checking to see if anything had been swapped with forgeries or anything like that. So it's not, she's renowned as in the art world.
He's talking about his wife right now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, that is incredible. I can't believe I haven't heard of her before now.
I mean, she was never a famous artist herself, though. I've always enjoyed her art, but she has a lot of she knows a lot of nobles through not just acquiring art for them, but verifying the art that they have is legitimate, or sometimes you get a painting that was an early statue or painting early on in the work of an artist, and then they go on to be a big artist. So having one of their early works, getting that authenticated, is a point of pride for many of that stature. So she's really the one with the clout. I know some people, through that myself, but she's the one with the real connections. But she would very much, like I said, I think she would very much like you and would enjoy having someone to go to some of these parties with who actually enjoys being there.
Oh, you're just looking for an excuse to have her let you stay home.
To be honest, it's part of why I left when I did. I felt like I lost part of myself. I grew up on a farm. was a brigadesman. I was a scout. I was this dirty woodsman. And I felt after some time in Urtavishte that I had started to lose part of who I was. And I got restless, so as much as I had her blessings to go on this trip, it wasn't entirely just to help my brother out. I think she do that a bit. But as much as I can't say I will enjoy going to all those parties again and seeing all of those people that I have to pretend to be friends with, as I'm sure you understand. There's, you go to these places, you have these connections, and you can't insult so-and-so because they know so-and-so, but they're such a bore. They talked way too, all that.
So many rules.
Web of...
And
But,
you can never simply relax and enjoy yourself. And honestly, it's why I dislike that little trinket so much. And he kind of like gestures with his fork towards Garrett's earring. I'm so used to the sanctity of my own mind. It's strange having someone else in there.
It is, but I've found the trick to that is to not really think. Streak's actually really good at it. You have to, you just kind of background thoughts. You just kind of focus on some of that, just some static noise. But he's literally nothing comes through from his end until he's actively like trying to think of a message or something.
I picked up a little bit of that the few times we've shared it. I don't think that will quite work for me, though. I feel like my mind is always racing.
Yeah.
But perhaps the next time I'll consider reciting poetry to myself.
That's actually, yeah. I'll recite rhymes from my youth on the farm. There was one about this guy who had a bunch of different animals that you'd work your way through. Or there was one about a dog, and you'd drop a letter out of its name every round, and you would clap instead of saying the letter. But anyways, yeah, no, but
well, how much do you want to bet that Rohan has one of those rhymes stuck in his head?
You know what? There was this one song that I think he's probably got stuck in his head. One of the younger adults when I was a kid in the village would entertain the rest of us, the rest of the children, with a little puppet that they made to look like a lamb. It looked more like a sock, but it was a song that just they would sing, and the way the song is written, it just never ends. It just goes right back into the beginning, and I find that's a good one to think about. This song that never ends.
Garrett. I think instead of just describing it, you should actually recite it.
Oh, well, I'm not wearing the earring right now, so.
Call it some evening entertainment once we get back to the house. Perhaps over dinner.
Mayhaps.
And I think Frey just kind of, breaks down into some chuckling at that point. And And yeah, I think he'll go back to finishing his meal. I don't have anything else to add at the moment. Unless there's anything else you want to do with Garrett.
Not particularly, but I appreciate this conversation, Frey, and I know that you haven't always had to deal with some of the darker side of our adventures. And to be honest, well, with the exception of that that tree kind of blowing up everywhere, that was one of the darker things I've seen. But I've seen a lot in the war against the Umbrii during the Black Sun. So if you ever need to talk or anything, let me know. I probably should have checked in earlier. I should have noticed that you were uncomfortable. But if you need to talk, you don't have to be just the one who does all the talking and not necessarily deceiving, but
No, you can call it what it is. I am very aware of what I do and what I'm good at.
and we really appreciate that at times. You've helped us many a times. I've given this boat absolute blessing from the saints. So
Well, thank you. It's good to hear that. It feels like sometimes we haven't had the time to just sit down and talk about things that aren't related to the next plan, the next task, the next thing that's going wrong.
yeah,
So yes, thank you for
been
joining me
very-
for lunch.
anytime. It's been very busy, but I think why don't we pay up and head on, see if we can pay our friend a visit there and see what we can find out about the Swords of the Blue. Like I said, maybe we can pull some strings, get Magnus into a city posting. Maybe we can find out any more about this lantern.
All right. Yes, sounds good. Oh, and I was serious about what I said before. I bet you 10 silver that Rohan will absolutely remember one of those rhymes of yours.
I'm not going to take that bet because I know he does. Oh, I know he does.
Oh, okay, where's the fun in that? All right, we'll think of a new one then.
I will do my best.
But yes, I'll cover this tab. And,
well, thank you.
And yeah, Frey will go digging through his coin purse once they receive the check.
32 copper total.
Okay, cool, thank you. Yeah, he will pay that out.
Alright. And as you guys finish up lunch, what is next on the docket?
So I think we're gonna go look for where Haslow's office is so we can go talk to him.
Okay. Alright, so you guys are on the hunt for Haslow's office. Alright. Team College. That was a really long scene. I forgot what Team College was doing. You were waiting for Rowan to get back.
Correct.
Returned.
We could have a long scene.
Absolutely.
Alright, so,
Go for
Streak,
What are
you
Streak
and
and Mira talking about?
Streak, you and Mira, waiting outside of the Ardenford courtyard as Rowan has disappeared into the depths of higher learning, leaving you two to your own devices. The Fortuny Soul Kids. What are you doing?
So, go fish.
Are we actually playing Go Fish?
You got a 7
Do
of
we have
cups.
anything else to do?
Can Sprig play Go Fish? He doesn't know what numbers are. Or does he know what
No, he
numbers
just
are?
Probably has
He-
pattern recognition in his brain.
Yeah. Patterns. Just put down a card randomly, you might win.
Oh.
How many times does Frey do that until Mira's like, okay, stop. We're going to teach you how to read today.
After an hour, still no Rowan. Guys still just waiting?
I guess. I mean, I was gonna say something.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Maybe this is a stupid question, but are you doing okay?
Think so? Why wouldn't I be?
I don't know. This just all kind of seems like a lot to me. I mean, really, I never even had someone, get murdered by me or die by me before, so, she seems like she's kind of floundering. I don't know. I
get
just
used to it.
Really?
I mean, I've kind of killed a lot of people. You do know that, right?
I sort of figured, I guess. I mean, I still don't know a whole lot about all of you. But I've been listening. And, I mean... That doesn't seem like it's what you want to do, though. So...
No. I mean... No. I really don't. I never did. But I had to.
No, I think I understand that. I think so. What do you want to do?
Someone... I don't know, really. I've never really had a choice. Kind of always just been about staying alive. Never really thought about anything beyond that. Kind of weird.
I think I understand that. I mean... Most of my life when I've been me has really just been about looking for my father. So, other than that, I don't really know what I want to do either.
How long have you been looking?
Well, I mean, other than the 11 years when I couldn't, do anything, 2 years. But I think I mentioned that for a lot of my life I was very sort of catatonic, I guess. It's a long story, but
It seems like we got time. I kind of gesture around.
well, my father adopted me because my parents didn't treat me very well, and he tried to, I guess, rehabilitate me, sort of. And it took a long time. I think he was beginning to get discouraged about if it would ever work or not, and but I mean, obviously, she sort of gestures to Oliver. But I did have to learn. I'm still learning every day, I think. You know, about everything.
But you're, like, really smart.
Well, I have read a lot of books, but there's different ways of being smart, I think.
Streak looks very shocked for a moment at more ways of learning.
Like, just because I can read books and do math and balance... are there checkbooks? Do people balance checkbooks?
Accounts.
And do accounts doesn't mean that I know how to survive out in the wilderness like Garett, or shoot a crossbow really well like you, or read people like Frey does. So there's always a lot to learn, I think, no matter who you are. Maybe not a lot of people realize.
I guess so, yeah. So, like, are you just gonna keep looking for your dad? Do you even have an idea of where to look?
Not really. I mean, I came to, where the fuck? I came to Fortuny Soul, to try to earn money, hire someone, or something like that. Now that it's been so long, I don't really know if I should keep going or anything. I mean, my father was not a young man, even 11 years ago. So she just kind of looks a little forlorn and sort of shrugs. I don't know. But I'm glad that I have, the four of you, at least. I don't know what else I would be doing. I mean, I would probably still be in that basement without all of you, but...
Yeah, you would have punched your way out eventually.
You think so? Maybe I could have.
I think so. But I don't know, maybe after we check in on Garrett's wife, we can see about tracking down dear old dad for you. Like I said, I don't know what I'm doing, so... Got me, at least.
Thanks.
He kind of just nods a little awkwardly.
Yeah, that they play Go Fish some more.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright. And even through this long, extended heart-to-heart conversation, it takes far too long for Rowan to eventually arrive back. Rowan!
Hello.
You do eventually arrive back.
I throw a card at him when he comes back.
Like, really hard. He gets paper
What the hell, man?
Roll for paper cut.
Well,
I have really good aim. Can I roll for damage with this card?
Roll me a dex shoot.
Can I roll like an evasion save?
No, we're just gonna see how well. You ain't dodging that.
Execution attack with the card.
Oh.
I'm gonna hit him right between the eyes.
And you yuck him right between the eyes with the 6 of swords.
Amazing.
Excellent.
Oh.
Well, sorry. I did track the guy. I saw where he went. There's 2 guards standing. There's 2 Sacred Blade guards standing guard. So definitely there's something in there, and I'm pretty sure that it's Kristof and that he is working on Kristof, but you know, I couldn't follow him in with the Sacred Blade guards. And then I ducked into a class to hide for a minute, and I lost track of time a little bit.
Streak raises his eyebrows at Mira.
I was learning about magic.
Well,
Rowan's like avoiding eye contact. Just like, yikes, sorry.
I
guess-
flick another card at him.
I'm just
I
like,
guess I
"Are
can't blame you too much.
Were you guys waiting long? Sorry. I figured you guys would have found something else to do.
Wait, what else were we doing today?
Aisle?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Well, what are we doing now then? I don't know if we can get into the lab with the people standing guard. Yeah, I don't know. You guys have any ideas?
I mean, I don't think we're getting in. It
Do
seems.
we want to assume it's in there?
It seems like it's a body.
I mean, it seems like it would be a good bet. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Or a safe one, rather.
Robert, one question.
One answer.
If I think about where he went in within the building, is it like in the middle of the building, or is it like against a wall?
Based on how big it is, that does not seem to be against a wall.
Darn, okay.
It may lead to a wall further back, but you do not know the intricacies of Ardenford University enough to know for sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if there would maybe be a window, not even into the lab, but like, you know, something back there, but okay. Yeah, I think it's probably the closest we're gonna get, so fair enough. Are we heading back to the Garantines? Wait, Mira, was there something else you wanted to do? I forget. Or was it
well,
just nothing?
Since we're here, I guess maybe we could see if we could find Chester. I would feel a little bit bad if we left without me saying hello to him, at least. But that is just something personal. If we have something more important to do, we don't have to.
I don't think so. Streak, can you think of anything? I don't.
No, but you'll probably want to see Chester as you, right?
Oh, yes.
So I should probably go.
Why are you trying to get away from us? You're gonna go do something secret?
No, I'm just trying to get away from the cops. I'm kind of wanted number one.
That was mostly out of character.
Essentially, if it's like over like a 4 out of 10 on the unhinged scale, it's Alex and not Mira.
Shut up. It's true though.
I do love the idea of like us dropping in on Chester's dorm, dropping the disguise, and then Streak just suddenly realizing like, oh, I'm stuck here now. I can't go outside as myself.
Oh my god,
so,
Streak goes to
Chester, I am
college!
staying with you. Yeah.
He has to blend in as a college student to avoid the cops for years.
A Goofy movie too?
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, is Garrett and them like near us? Because they were in
Or is it another Goofy movie?
the plaza
Doesn't
or
matter.
whatever, right?
Yeah, they're probably only 10 or 15 minutes away.
Okay. I mean, I'll tell Drieg. Oh well, actually, that doesn't help them, does it? Because that doesn't. They're
Sorry.
not going home. Okay. I mean, are you okay going home alone, or?
Yeah, I'll just run back there. It'll be all good.
Okay. Are you just gonna walk in the front door and as a sacred blade enforcer?
I mean, if you guys, I could sneak back.
Okay. Okay. I mean, Mira, would you prefer to go alone, or do you want somebody to hang out so that you can, you have a buddy?
Well, I mean, if I have someone with me, they can kind of confirm the crazy story, right?
That's true.
It is a crazy story.
Yes, for sure. Okay, yeah, I'll stick around, and then I guess, Streak, if you get into trouble, then let us know. I don't know how you'll let us know, but do you want the earring?
No.
Okay. Alright, fine. Like last time we let Streak go off on his own, he came back shot. The time before that, he got a mule stuck in a window.
I would like to argue that only one of those was my fault.
I mean, which one?
That's up to you.
Okay. All right. Well,
I just will not take blame for both.
Oh.
that's hilarious. Okay. All right. I guess Streak is going back, and I will stick with Mira, and we will try to find Chester.
All right. What's lunch gang doing?
Making our way to Hoslo.
All right, so we will pop on over to that one first. You guys ask around a bit. It does not take a lot to find that they have a, at least for now, a obviously not big enough office in the central hall, which seems to be, like, it seems like they still do have things set up for recruitment out in the Fortune Square, but they do have an office technically. And you have to wait for probably the better part of 15 or 20 minutes to actually get into the office because there is a line. They seem to be so busy. But you eventually get into the office of the Soldiers of the Blue, at least the temporary ones. It seems like they are going to be setting up a separate office outside of the Central Hall eventually. And, a gentleman just kind of like gives you this look and just, afternoon, gentlemen. Can I help you with today? This is in regards to recruitment. He kind of looks you up and down, Garrett. We had a little that, so today, not much in the way of recruitment we can be doing in here to help. Yeah.
No, that's fine. We I don't have an appointment. We don't have an appointment, but we were looking to see if Quartermaster Hoslo was available. We're some friends of his, and we just had a quick question for him.
Oslo, you mean Chief SLO, Grayson
Yeah.
Oslo?
Yes.
suppose quartermaster's as good a name as any, but not quite accurate.
So what is the you said Chief SLO? What
Oh,
what is
yes,
the
Chief Supply and Logistics Officer.
okay, thank you. I will
Handles our logistics, communication, and all of our supply lines.
we'll keep that in line, yes. But yes, if he's available, we'd very much like to talk to him, even if it's just for a minute or two.
He may be busy, but motions, and a guard in full iron chainmail comes out. I'll escort you down to his office.
Thank you.
And in a very similar layout to the one that you went through, you imagine that these were all designed beforehand. All of these offices when it was initially built, and has been retrofitted since, but they are still very similar, just barely able to get two people shoulder to shoulder by. You are escorted to a second floor where there is a large, like, not quite cookie cutter, but you have that same vibe where, like, it's two offices next to each other and then one at the end of the hall, but the two offices next to each other are instead one large office with a set of double doors that says Offices of Chief Supply and Logistics Officer Grayson Hoslow. And you open the door and head in?
Yeah.
As Hoslow looks up, he just he motions to the guard. Oh, of course, you can wait out there. Motions for you guys to close the door behind you. You can see he has a large desk at the far side across from the door that he's sitting behind. There is another desk over on the side. It is a full, like, half circle. It is piled with books and paperwork. Behind it, barely even able to be accessed, is more shelving full of paperwork and books and just God knows what. There's some that is on the floor. This place is a veritable fucking train wreck right now.
Frey looks around a little impressed by how wild it is in here.
Oh, what is it I can do for you guys today? What is it, Chief Supply and Logistics Officer Waslow can do for you? Still getting used to that.
Yeah, that's quite the title and quite the office.
He kind of like leans in close. Strictly speaking, I'm after speaking with Lady Boudica and you know, and our founder. I am if something were to happen to both of them, I would be in charge. They especially Mr. He kind of like not stammers, but nervously, like he doesn't even want to like say what he's saying. But Professor Edelweiss, he has the utmost confidence in me to run things if something were to happen in his stead.
Wow. That is.
I did not think this was where this was going to go, but here we are, third in charge of something life-changing.
Hold you in high regard indeed.
Much higher than I do myself, but I suppose he shrugs.
But how is it? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just as much as I don't think anyone would want to have you take charge in that manner. If anything, were to happen to them, that would not be, pleasant. But I think his trust is well placed. I think you would do well. So.
Well, that's kind of what he was saying. That I don't quite know my own abilities, the depths of my knowledge or some such. He kind of gives a shrug. But anyway, I'd offer you a seat, but he motions, and you can see there's one other chair that is next to the semicircle desk, and it also has a pile of paperwork on it. Not much in the way of active seating in the office here.
All right, quite all right.
Quite all right. We won't take up much of your time.
Yeah, what can I do for you all? And you notice that he does have a small shelf that is just above him and to the right with all of his mother's wooden carvings on them.
Aww. So, I'm sure you're aware. Last night there'd been a bit of a fracas, and it turned out to be across the street from us. There was some kind of crazy magical artifact, big fire, blah blah blah, and some Swords of the Blue came to our door asking us, well, the Garantine store. We're staying with them as friends, but they came asking us if we knew anything about some missing artifact and that someone had been hurt, that had been stolen. And we just, first of all, we wanted to make sure that, because they'd said that it was within a quartermaster had been hurt. We wanted to make sure that it wasn't you. we were a little worried.
No, yeah, I don't even know how they found out about it, really. We were quiet about something I didn't even know about until recently, but some things that were imported by Professor Edelwein, or at least on his orders, that were very well hidden, that were taken.
Yes, it was, well, the house burnt to ashes, so I don't know what happened to the artifact, but we're glad that you weren't injured. But we do have a small favor to ask.
He just motions for you to continue.
We have a friend who is looking to join the Soldiers of the Blue, and he's a little brash.
Brash is good. I mean,
Brash
we
is,
need people for the Vanguard, right?
brash is good, but it would devastate his sister if anything happened to him. So we were kind of hoping if maybe you could find him a posting in the city.
I'm sure, of course. What's his name?
Magnus Garantine. So,
of course. I mean, honestly, I would do it for anyone, not even a friend, but I still, he kind of like at this point just idly glances over at the wooden carvings. Of course, anything. Yeah.
Just something to. Obviously, there's always going to be some danger to working in a privatized security, and not even just going out into the wilderness, just around here. But it would be nice if he was posted in the city, just to kind of minimize some of that. So
he gives a nod. I'll speak with a recruitment officer. One of them's sure to hear the name, and when it comes across their desk, we'll make sure that he has something in the city.
Thank you. Frey, you were saying?
Oh, it seems matters are settled now, but I was only going to say that it would be a great peace of mind to his family, so thank you so much, Haslo.
Of course, I mean, that's what friends are for, right? I mean, this is the Soldiers of Blue. We're here to change things. Don't want people dying unnecessarily.
Thank you. If anything comes up with that artifact, we will certainly let you know. But
can you also ask him about Sarah Alcroft?
I don't know if he would know anything about. Oh yeah, Sarah Alcroft. Yes. Frey, who was that person we were looking for earlier? What was her name?
Oh, that would be a A Sarah Ulcroft. Have you heard of her? I heard that she's joined your organization.
He kind of like furrows his brow, and I mean, not off the top of my head, I haven't, but there's always a chance. I mean, I could. What did you need her for?
We were. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know how you want to put it. You're a little better at this than I am, Frey.
Well,
she's doing a job with a friend.
Yes, it's not so much for us, but yes, a mutual friend who fell out of touch with her a long time ago, and well, what fortune it must be for an opportunity to reconnect here in Fortuna Sol.
He kind of just gives an idle nod. I'll make sure next time I speak with someone that knows a little bit more about the ins and outs of the blue still, that we'll see if we can't find her.
Thank you, it'd be most appreciated.
Allcroft, was it?
That's right, Sarah Ulcroft.
Not a name that's come across my my desk, but certainly have been a lot of them. And he kind of just motions to the endless piles of paperwork.
You certainly seem to have your hands full. Are they going to give you a secretary or something to help with all of this?
After Professor Edelweiss and I discussed it, trust me to do it myself until I find someone truly trustworthy that could be my second here. There's a lot of very sensitive information that we don't want getting out.
Of course, that makes perfect sense. I'm sure you'll find the right person for the job. But if you do find any information on Miss Allcroft, perhaps you could leave a message for us at the Guarantine House.
Gives a nod and writes it down on a sheet of parchment. One that is already scrawled with many reminders. Oh, will do. I'll make sure to put some feelers out in the next couple of days, and if anything happens, the Guaranteed House. Will do.
Yes, thank you. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. You will be... Oh, I lost my train of thought. Yes, we're most grateful for whatever you can do for our friend Magnus, and whatever you might be able to find about Miss Allcroft.
He gives another just idle nod, and of course, anything for a friend. You need anything, the soldiers of the blue are there for you. You know that.
Yes, thank you.
And he kind of like at this point like stands up again from his desk and kind of comes around it and like puts a hand on your shoulder, Garrett, and just truly you've done such a service to the Hoslo clan. If there was anything the soldiers of the blue can do, do not hesitate to ask me.
We will absolutely keep you in mind for anything. Hopefully, we don't run into anything large enough that would need too much of the strength of the soldiers of the blue, as that would mean things have gone quite poorly. But we will certainly keep that in mind.
He gives a nod and shows you guys out the door. Handshakes galore. Constant appreciation. And motions for the gentleman that escorted you in to escort you back out.
Well, I think that went well enough, Frey says after they've been escorted out.
Yes, that went quite well. It's very helpful to have Hoslow as a friend, and third in line. Whew, that's
A deal of responsibility and power. If anything happens, it'd be good to have him on our side. Though, if he does send a message to the Guaranteed House and finds we've left without a word, might put him off a little. But I'm also not exactly keen on advertising to the Blue where we're going.
I think that was a good idea. And he already knows that we're staying with them, so.
Very true. Well,
So, meanwhile, as you guys head out, Alex, you good?
Sorry, my gremlin just knocked something over. Give me 1 second.
That leaves Mira, Rowan, and Strieg. What are you guys doing at this point?
I'm heading back to the Guaranteed House.
Is it happening again? The session begins at the Guaranteed House and ends at the Guaranteed House.
I mean, sounds about right. That's kind of what we would do at this point. Is everyone would go back there for probably dinner. And
I mean, Mira and I are, I think, gonna see if we can find Chester.
oh, that's a
And
good
then we'll
point.
head back. Yeah.
We do have to let Magnus know that he can safely join the Soldiers of the Blue and not have his sister worry about him going off fighting bandits and dying in some godforsaken hellhole.
Yeah.
Frey still wants to go see Emmett before they leave, so
Yes,
that
yes,
will
we do have
probably
to see
sometime
Emmett.
today.
Alright, so as you guys reorganize and regroup from a hellish couple of days and begin to finally put your pieces in order, as one thing after another seems to fall into place and you get one step closer to leaving Fortuny's soul as nothing more than a memory, as you start to set up for what is hopefully the last leg of this journey, with a plan, a goal, allies, and the ability to enact everything truly coming together. It is here in the waning hours of the afternoon on the 19th of Halloween that we will go ahead and end tonight's session.
Hooray!
Yay.
That was fun.
Oh, I forgot I still had the fire running.
Was that running all night?
It was running on the only on the main like opening crawl, so it only showed up at the very end. My bit about fire. Oh, what a session!
I loved hearing everybody like check in with each other while I'm in class.
What a fucking session!
Yeah, Rohan just decides to attend college for the day.
I mean, that's like where he's trying to go anyway, so like it really checks out. He's literally trying to get to Artivista to go to Magic College, so like,
Maybe now he can claim some credits.
Everything
Yes.
is finally falling into place. You guys are starting to set things up. I mean, hey, look at Magnus. He's gonna have a nice desk job or something. Secretary Magnus.
Maybe he can just like patrol the city. He's gonna be so
Yeah,
bored if he gets a desk job.
he can be like the guys who are outside our door right now.
Yeah. He can be outside our door right now.
Yeah. I feel like there's a 50% chance Magnus doesn't know how to read. So I
That's
don't know
not
if he can be a
true.
secretary.
That's not true. I'm sure Mira taught him how to read.
He knows how to read. He's just not really good at it.
Okay.
He's a very persuasive man, though. Like, the man can make an argument.
Absolutely.
You're not wrong.
The worst
He
part
should-
about that was he's an adult. We can't tell him what to do, but he also has that like brute forward, well, not brute forward, but that straightforward way of thinking that like
He's
you
also,
can't
like,
argue with.
older than 3/5 of the party, I think.
He should get the position that Edelvine was trying to get Frey to do. The like propaganda minister or whatever.
No.
That would be very funny.
Oh my gosh.
I should just join the soldier. What do they call the soldiers of blue? You should just go see them because they give you cool huts. Miss Mira said it's important that you wear comfortable hats and also socks. You got free socks all the time. Nice wool socks. You never get cold. And it's just stuff like that. He just rambles on about like nice things. Like an hour later, he's like, "I made
That's
this
a
one."
pretty good argument.
And he's like, "This one time, somebody threw a rock through my window, and they said fuck the blue, and I apologized to them. And then the blue came, and they fixed my window, and I never saw that guy again. I think he felt really bad. Last time I saw, he was walking down the street with another one of our soldiers. So I think that they're all just really good friends now."
Oh, Magnus.
Oh. He is the funnest character to play. I fucking love Magnus.
I do love that we finally got Frey to acknowledge that Magnus has a thing for him.
Oh.
It's so sad that wait, I do have to ask, does Frey like not feel the same way, or is it just like, well, we're leaving, so like, I guess we're just gonna leave that thread.
Frey does not feel the same way. Magnus is definitely not his type. But
Aw.
he
Aw.
but he appreciates
Let him down
Magnus.
gently.
Yeah, basically. And he also definitely has like, a bit of a thing, like, his life he grew up, there's always like this idea of everybody wants something from you. There's always a double meaning behind every word, so it's like really hard for Frey to wrap his head around the idea of like honest attraction
Oh,
without something else going on.
Oh.
Frey has
God.
attachment issues. Oh man, this is.
Also, it's real funny that he has to fucking handle that with Magnus, who doesn't have the ability to lie.
That's why I think that's why Frey appreciates him so much.
So you should date.
But also,
What's the problem?
So what you're saying is I need to like redesign the whole overlay to have like #Fragnus all over it?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh my god. You guys are shipping this so hard.
Absolutely.
It's so funny.
Can't help it.
Everyone jumped on the
Listen.
Fragnus train immediately.
It's okay.
It is so funny.
Just-
I mean, like,
Just let him down gently. That's
I
all
don't-
I'm asking.
I don't think Frey's strong enough to let him down gently.
Oh.
it
Frey-
is honestly very sad that like Frey is like, well, like I know how easily I can manipulate people, so how could I ever trust anyone? It's like,
Oh no! Don't say it that way.
I think that's what you're saying, right? It's like
Yeah.
your world is about like managing people and putting up a facade and making them think what you want, and so it's like, well,
Exactly. And like he has absolutely used flirtations and stuff in his con, so like it is a tool for him. And so, like, he kind of expects me on the other side of it sometimes.
Well,
God, we all need so much therapy.
I really want
our characters are
Frey.
us. 'Cause-
Magnus
either way,
leads
yeah.
the way again.
Therapy.
Oh.
We don't have therapy. This is
I mean,
this is
Yeah,
0 hundreds.
Magnus
You're
should
supposed to
just
be
sit
giving us
them all
therapy.
down. Just like let's just talk about our feelings.
It will
Listen.
be dead silent.
Listen, just let Magnus do it. He'll talk about everyone's feelings for them.
Oh, I'd like to hear that.
Oh.
I feel like the subplot I'm most invested in now for this campaign is watching Frey find true love.
Every single person who Frey interacts with, you just start shipping them until something happens.
No,
Oh my
no.
Oh.
There needs to be nuance.
What is Frey's type?
Frey is interested in men, definitely more of the refined variety.
Okay.
But
He likes a fancy
honestly,
man.
yeah, basically. But honestly, I think he could like really grow to like the more rugged kind.
You're not doing a good job of discouraging me from shipping you with Magnus.
So Magnus has the looks, but not the brains that Frey is looking for, is what you're saying.
Yeah, kinda.
I mean, he probably had them before, like, the 12th concussion.
I feel like too stupid to lie to me is maybe the only kind of person Frey could ever love.
Oh my god.
I feel like calling Magnus too stupid to lie is disingenuous. He's too genuine to lie.
Yeah.
He just can't fathom a world where lying is something worth doing.
Yeah.
Why lie when you can tell the truth?
I like himbos too much.
Oh.
I also like how, like, Strieg and fucking Magnus are, like, opposite sides of the same coin.
Yes.
Oh.
No, they're opposite sides of the chart.
I think they both have some good himbo energy, so...
We've been over this. Strieg is not big enough to be a himbo. He's a himbim.
Himbim.
I hate him then. That's so dumb.
Oh my god.
It's the worst word possible.
Oh, God. It's definitely not the worst word possible. Alex has used worse words on me.
I'll do it for free.
What are you, an internet moderator?
No.
Why aren't you?
Ain't nobody
Oh,
got time for
God.
that.
I really
Okay,
wanna
my
see-
headset is beeping at me, so I'm gonna charge it and go to bed.
Oh, it has
Yeah,
been
I
a
should
night.
get out of here.
It has
Yeah.
been a night, you guys. What a fun one. Almost 5 full hours, and that was with 15 minutes of screwing around. So, an entire session with the party split. It was literally 2 separate narratives all session. So, and maybe it'll continue next session. Who knows?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
still have entire half a day to get through.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Oh, until next week when something might, at the rate you're going, you would leave on the boat on April 14th or 21st.
I mean, we made it through a full day today.
No, you didn't.
Right?
It's like 4 o'clock.
Okay, well,
Like 3/4 of a day.
yeah.
You guys stay up late every night. What are you talking about? You got up at like 8 a.m., 9 a.m., and you made it like
Most of
7
us did.
hours. You make it
If
another
Frey
7
wakes up
hours.
before the boat leaves, it'll be a miracle.
Oh, God. Frey's gonna have to sleep in a hammock in regular
Ugh.
quarters.
Oh, he's gonna hate that so much.
Oh.
All right. Well, good night, y'all.
Oh,
Good
until
night.
next time.
a good
Until
night.
next
Yes, I'm
time.
looking forward to it.
Yes.
Good night.